Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats and the clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgartner, Billinger, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Faust-Godot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Solentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. Dear God of all creation, before there was a where or a when, you said, "Let there be," and there was. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 14, you spoke and separated the light of day from the dark of night. Lord, you have separated our times into wonderful seasons. And in Genesis chapter 8, verses 20 through 22, after mankind was wiped off the earth and you started again with Noah, you said you'd never again destroy all of life in the same way. That as long as the earth remains, there will be seasons for planting and harvest, summer and winter, cold and heat. So Lord, now that spring is springing, let this new season be seen as a time for new beginnings. You promise to continue giving us new seasons. And in Genesis chapter 9, verse 12, in the sky you hang the rainbow to help us remember that. Lord, would you also help us to persist in newness? Any old ways that are not in keeping with your ways, let them be made new. And as we take on fresh, new challenges, let old, stagnant, unproductive mindsets be transformed. Please fulfill in us the request of the psalmist in number 51, verse 10, "Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me." I pray this prayer in Jesus' name. Amen and amen.
Please remain standing for the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please note references of bills on page 1 of the calendar. Messages from the governor, the clerk will read.
Message to the Senate of the State of Kansas. Enclosed herewith is Executive Directive 22-55-1 for your information. Sincerely, Laura Kelly, Governor. To the Senate of the State of Kansas, submitted herewith for confirmation by the Senate are appointments made by me as the Governor of the State of Kansas pursuant to the law. Commissioner, Kansas Corporation Commission, Dwight D. Keene, Laura Kelly, Governor.
This constitutes introduction of that appointment previously read. This time I'm referring the appointment of Keene to the calendar under the consideration of appointments. Messages from the House. The clerk will read.
The House accedes to the request of the Senate for the conference of Senate Bill 348 and has appointed Representative Landwehr Epley, and S. Ruiz as conferencees on the part of the House. The House accedes to the request of the Senate for conference on Senate Bill 366 and has appointed Representative Owens, E. Smith, and Heiberger as conferees on the part of the House. The House accedes to the request of the Senate for a conference on Senate Bill 408 and has appointed Representative Owens, E. Smith, and Heiberger as conferees on the part of the House.
We are now ready for final action on the consent calendar. On this roll call, we will take the following. The consent calendar bill on page 2, HB 2574. The clerk will read the title.
House Bill 2574, an act concerning the Attorney General.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgartner, Billinger, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Faust Godot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Solentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye.
Does any member wish to, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty?
I believe that Senator Holland is on his way. If we could stand at ease for a minute.
Thank you. Or we'll continue to take changes or explanation if you wish. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland. Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? We have one more on the way. We'll stand at ease for just a second. Senator McPherson, Senator Wilborn. This is on the consent calendar, Bill 2574. Do you wish to cast a vote? Any other senators wishing to explain or change? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. 37 having voted in favor and none against the passage of House Bill 2574. This measure, having received its required constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. Chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into committee of the whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Chair appoints the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, to preside over the committee of the whole.
The Senate, having resolved itself into the committee of the whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2510. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is carried. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2510 is familiar to this body. It is the exact same language that was in Senate Bill 336. It deals with investments and limitations for Kansas domiciled life insurance companies. Specifically, it raises the limits from 15% to 20% of admitted assets on preferred and investment grade preferred stock. The committee felt that this was an urgent bill, and so we changed the enactment date from the statute book to the register. And with that, our original vote on this bill was 38-2. With that, I will be happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lyon, senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just rise in support of the chairman. This is a bill we passed out before, and I encourage the body to vote for it this time.
Any further questions from the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2510 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 455. The chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, just hold on a second. Senator Dietrich and colleagues, I apologize. I skipped over one. Let's go back to the good senator from Lyon to explain the bill and adopt the committee report on House Bill 2564.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am glad you came back to this because I don't plan on spending as much time on this one as Senator Dietrich may spend on hers. House Bill 2564 is the exact same bill that we had as Senate Bill 331. It is the annual date change on risk-based capital. We do this every single year for the reinsurance model regulation. This year, we noticed in a bill that we passed last year that there was a numbering problem, and so we picked up through an amendment and fixed that numbering problem to reinsurance model regulation language that was codified in statute in 2021 to correct the misnumbered paragraph citation. The RBC bill, when we passed it under Senate Bill 331, received a vote of 39-0. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lyon, the senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just again rise in support of the chairman on this particular bill, and I urge the body's support.
Are there further questions for the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank my ranking for rising in support of the two bills we have on the floor today. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2564 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is carried. We are now going to turn our attention to Senate Bill 455, where the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, will explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Senate Bill 455 comes to you from the Education Committee. This is a bill that would has several different components to it, so I'm just going to briefly go through those components for you. First of all, it requires that each school district in Kansas is required to adopt an interdistrict transfer policy and publish that policy. The non-resident students would be any child of school age, and that then would meet the statute for age of entrance at kindergarten, which is 5 on or before August 31st. So the non-resident student then is a student who qualifies for enrollment in our school districts who does not live in the district that they're applying to. The non-resident student would be able to transfer to a district based on that district's capacity. And the capacity is each classroom in each building in the school in a district. So the capacity would be 1 teacher in a classroom of students, or at the secondary level, it could be based on the ability or the capacity to enter into an advanced placement program or an IB program or an honors program. So there is a timeline in the bill that in the next 2 years, our school districts would need to complete the process by providing a form that any non-resident student could complete and get to the district, to the clerk of the board between June 1 and July 1. At that point, then, applications would be closed, and if there are more students who would like to transfer into a district in a particular grade level, then there are seats available. Then a lottery process would be implemented where, without any identifying information on that form other than the school and the grade level, they would do some sort of a random selection process. So there's really nothing subjective about this at all. Either you have the capacity based on the district's numbers or you do not. So if you are admitted under this policy and you have younger siblings or even older siblings, I suppose, and they would like to make application to the district, then siblings are given first priority at the next opportunity to apply. We also said that in this bill that transportation might be an issue. So no district is required to transport out-of-district students, but if there was a seat available on a bus at a nearest bus stop, then that student could be transported to and from school within the district without any charge to the student, the parent, or the school district. It's just really popping on a bus where there might be space. There is also a provision that, because this is important in secondary schools, that all ks policies will be followed, whatever those policies might be at that time, so that if an athlete is wanting to transfer into another school district, they must follow ks requirements for that. And lastly, there is a provision for an audit whose scope has not been determined at some point in 2026. So that is the general idea behind this bill. If there is anything more that I need to tell you, I don't think so. So I will stand for questions. Thank you.
Are there questions for the senator from Shawnee? Senator from Johnson? Senator Sykes?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions if the carrier would answer this.
Happy to.
She will.
Do districts currently have anything in place that allows for non-resident students to transfer to schools?
Thank you for that question.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Kansas Association of School Boards has a policy, a recommended policy that most districts have adopted. I couldn't say that 100% have, but there is a policy in place that KSB recommends that districts do follow that I'm aware of.
Senator from Johnson.
Okay, and for our school districts, public input is required for local taxes levied by the Board of Education to create transparency, trust, and accountability. What does this bill do to that trust, forcing local taxpayers to subsidize education for non-resident students?
Senator from Shawnee.
That would be a difficult question for me to answer. I think that is unique to each community.
Senator from Johnson.
We have several states that border Kansas. I represent school districts that are on the state line and a lot of Missouri. Is there anything in this legislation that would keep Missouri taxpayers from taking advantage of Kansas schools and sending their students to Kansas so that Kansas could pay for their education?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is nothing in this bill that speaks to out-of-state students, just simply out-of-district students. So at this point in time, I don't know that that would be an issue.
Senator from Johnson.
So I think it's safe to say that we could have an influx in Shawnee Mission and Olathe, which are right on the, or Blue Valley, of an influx of Missouri taxpayers taking advantage of Kansas schools, and possibly Brookside is one of those neighboring areas, and a lot of residents there put their children in private schools in Missouri, but now they could take advantage and send their kids to Kansas.
Senator from Shawnee.
Is that a question or a statement?
Senator from Johnson.
I think it can be a question. I think it's a concern with this legislation because we are opening up a door for a lot of people who choose to pay for private schools, and now they're going to just send their kids across the state line, and Kansas is going to be paying for Missouri taxpayers instead of Missouri taxpayers.
Senator from Shawnee.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is written specifically for Kansas public school districts. So the inter-district transfer policy would not apply to out-of-state. Whether or not a district would want to admit out-of-state students, I think would be up to that school district's Board of Education.
Senator from Johnson.
Can you tell me exactly where it says that in the legislation? Because as I look at it, the statute that this includes is also allowing for that interstate. So I believe because we do not have anything stopping it, I believe this actually does allow that, because we are just talking about non-resident students, and that would apply to students outside of the state of Kansas.
Senator from Shawnee.
I would need a second, if you don't mind. I'm not seeing that. And I will say that was not the intent of this legislation. I will yield to Senator Baumgartner.
Senator from Miami. Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to start with the fact that in the state of Kansas, we have out-of-states attending. Any of the borders, we have out-of-state students attending. I will tell you that specifically in the southern border of the states, we have a couple of our public school districts that have won several state championships in baseball, specifically because they're pretty well stocked with out-of-state students. But what this legislature did several years ago, in fact, I introduced that bill for, or the amendment for it, is we only fund out-of-state students at 0.5. And we ratcheted that down. So for many, many, many years, we were fully funding out-of-state kids. Now, let's get to the specifics. In section F, page 2 of the bill, school district means a school district organized and operating under the laws of this state. This is a bill introduced in the Kansas Senate. It will, upon passage and signature by the governor, be a law in the state of Kansas, and a school district simply means within this state. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Shawnee.
I have nothing more to add, thank you. I did find that in the bill.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer, but right below section F is section G, and this is the sending school district, and that means a school district of residence of a student who attends school in a school district not of the student's residence. It says nothing about being a resident of the state of Kansas in this, and when you look at the underlying statute, we are talking about interstate. So I appreciate that the intent of this is to address students who are Kansas kids transferring, but I do not believe that in the legislation we actually put that so that the guardrails in there because the sending school district does not have to be required that it is a Kansas school district. You know, our state has had a shaky history with adequately funding our public schools, and this bill would take us back to potentially violating the Constitution's requirement for equitable funding of our public schools. The Gannon ruling states that school districts must have a reasonable, equal access to substantially similar educational opportunity through similar tax effort. Under this bill, taxpayers in growing districts will pay higher taxes to support non-resident students. This creates inequality between taxpayers and between districts that are growing and those that lose students under this policy. Was there any consideration taken about students that may be going into the classroom and whether or not they have disciplinary issues in the previous school, or how they would adjust to kids in this classroom that have grown up together? I know, speaking to teachers, you know, they look at the kids in the class and personality. So in kindergarten, they may decide that Joey and Jimmy should not be in class together because they are a little too rambunctious. And so they split those up. But by opening the door and allowing students that we don't know any history about and throwing them in, which could already be full schools because they're making this decision on opening and capacity before even we know what that final enrollment in the school is. You know, when my own son was going into first grade, they had two class sections, and on the first week of school, these kids were disrupted. They were taken out of the classes because they were able to add another section. But was there any thought about how we're going to recruit teachers? You know, a lot of teachers are making plans in April or May, and now with adding more capacity, what does this do in August? Do you think we will have a teacher shortage trying to fill all these positions?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the Senator from Johnson's concerns. We did speak about this in committee as well. There is nothing that requires a district to take out-of-district students if their capacity, even their projected capacity, does not allow it. So I think the planning process that our school districts have in place now has served them well, and that should not change. We're giving them almost 2 years to plan for this, and you do your enrollment prior to the next school year, so you should be able to plan ahead as much as you can and to make allowances for any students who might be coming in from out of the, or students who are moving into the district that you may not have been aware of. So you should be able to accommodate that with proper planning. The question about students not knowing who these students are and not being able to maybe accommodate their personalities or other things that might come to play. We do have a piece in this bill that says that when you are enrolled through this process, that you will remain in that school district until you graduate, as long as you are a student in good standing. And so every district has a definition of what that means. Many times it's, are you someone who has high absenteeism? That would not make you a student in good standing. Are you someone who gets suspended or expelled? That would make you not a student in good standing. So each district has a definition of that, and that would then become applicable to the scenario that the good senator from Johnson described earlier.
Senator from Johnson.
I don't believe there is any mechanism in this legislation on how to make it accessible to all students. I mean, all students can apply. But is there a way that everyone has equal access? Is there transportation provided?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mentioned that earlier, that transportation is not provided outside the district. There's no requirement for that, but a parent or guardian could bring a child to the nearest bus stop to them, to the district, and they could ride a bus if there was space on that bus.
As a reminder to the body, if you are answering a question or asking a question, please direct those directly to the chair. Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. This bill does not benefit students and communities with schools that are least equipped to address their needs. Instead, it allows families with more logistical flexibility to take advantage of this policy while shutting out poorer, vulnerable students. I could go on, but I will not be supporting this. I think our open borders, open districts, we are just asking ourselves to go back to court where we will not be constitutionally funding our schools. And there's a lot of ramifications. As I mentioned, we could have an influx of schools from out of state because when we were dealing with the language of this, we did not specify that the school districts that is a sending school district has to be a Kansas school district. So I am opposed to this legislation. Thank you.
Senator from Shawnee, would you like to respond?
I have nothing more to add. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to make a few comments based on the previous discussion and rise in support of this bill. This is from testimony by Dr. Tanya Merrigan from Blue Valley and Dr. Brent Yeager from Olathe on open enrollment. While we can certainly empathize with parents in lower performing districts, both Blue Valley and Olathe are among the highest performing districts in Kansas, indeed competing nationally, and as such would find our districts overwhelmed with requests from non-residents. Without intending to sound elitist, it is nonetheless true that housing costs in our districts often provide a check on resident student growth. I don't know how you can take that, Mr. Chair, being anything but elitist. And I would say maybe that's what this opposition is all about. I guess diversity, equity, and inclusion is just something that's talked about and not put into practice. If you look at Olathe's demographics, 7.6% are African American. I've received a lot of emails from constituents in Andover. Their demographics are 2.96 African American. And based on what the superintendent said, I think it's very clear. We want our high socioeconomic status to remain. We're born on third and think we hit a triple, and we don't want anyone interfering with that. This is about kids. This is about opportunities for kids. This is what's about best for kids, not the adults who are making those decisions. I think this is a great bill that provides those opportunities for children and their families, and I stand in strong support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Shawnee, would you like to respond to that?
I appreciate those remarks. I have nothing more to add. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with a lot of the comments that the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, made, which made me rise to make a few comments and then to ask the other gentlelady from Sedgwick a question, or I'm sorry, the gentlelady from Shawnee a question on the original bill. Mr. Chairman, since we're talking about transportation, since we're talking about Kansans who may not be able to drive their children to a bus stop. When my children were younger, Mr. Chairman, I just hated to see my little baby stand in the snow or rain, and so I would drive through the neighborhood and pick up all the little kids because I knew most of my neighbors, they were already gone to work. I didn't have to be at work until 10 o'clock. I had banker's hours, but most of them that had to be there at 7 a.m. working at the aircraft industries, they were already gone. And then the other constituents or neighbors, they didn't even have a vehicle. So I had a minivan, and I would pick up, and they would wait in the car with me. And, you know, we would hope that, you know, if there were a perfect world, we would hope that that would be the case. But for those who are disadvantaged and can't drive their child to that bus stop, it would create a disadvantage, particularly for them, Mr. Chairman. But I did rise to ask the gentlelady from Shawnee a question in the bill. Mr. Chairman, it's so funny, most people put their glasses on to see. I've got to take mine off to see. I do everything so differently, Mr. Chairman. But in the bill, it talks about a student would only be allowed to transfer up to 2 times per year, with the exception of students in custody of DCF. And if she could explain, elaborate on that thought, that measure in the bill. Thank you.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that, and for that question. So students who are in the custody of DCF, we have no control over when they are moved or where they are moved or how many times during the year they're moved, and that's why they were excluded from this. The 2 times per year relates to something we talked about earlier, which is that you can come in at the beginning of the year before September 20th, and you'd be counted in the enrollment count. And if there are any available seats at semester, you could ask to come in January. So that's, I hope that explains what that means.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. Chairman, in understanding that children in DCF and foster care, they do move around quite a bit. And so I know a lot of times foster children in Cedric County will be moved to Johnson County or Shawnee County. And a lot of times, Mr. Chairman, they miss school. They are out of school, you know, 3-6 days, and we know they fall behind at that point. And so I was wondering if, when we looked at those children, because they are still Kansas children, regardless if they're in state custody or not, we want them to be learning and to be educated. So I was wondering if putting this bill together, especially when we talk about putting the information online, a lot of the constituents I represent, unless they, now just imagine, unless they get up and catch a bus to a library because they don't have a vehicle, to go online to see what's listed, the curriculum on their what their teacher has posted. And then remember, they don't have a vehicle to even get to the bus stop. So that puts them at a disadvantage. And then when we talk about children in foster care, moving from county to county, and we know we have a low graduation rate here in Kansas, Mr. Chairman, was there any thought put in there to allow those children, those foster parents who open up their homes for children who find themselves in foster care, was there any thought of allowing them to use whatever county they're in, to use the address of DCF in that area, or to really be able to participate so that they are still being educated? So was there, you know, any real thought put into helping those kids in foster care? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is a great question, and I would answer that by telling you that the fact that you're in foster care, where your foster family lives, is not always under your control as a child. So there's nothing that would prevent someone in foster care from being able to access an out-of-district transfer request as long as it was approved through the DCF process. That's the piece that we have no control over. And that's why you see that language in there. We can't dictate to DCF what they can and cannot do. So that certainly is an option for them, as well as any other student in Kansas. We just couldn't regulate DCF and what they do when they move the kids in foster care.
Makes sense.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to share some comments that I received from one of the school board members in the school district where I live. And she is saying that the bill doesn't change current practice outside of adopting additional language in their board policies, but believes that it may have a long-term cost issue that would impact both large and smaller districts. In talking this over with other members of the school board, they believe there is some potential that this bill would not focus on students with the greatest educational challenges, but in fact could reduce enrollment and resources for districts serving those students. So if others move out, that district may be left with fewer resources for the students who are still there. And they're suggesting that perhaps we consider arranging for allocations that support the home district in addressing issues that is the root of why families may feel they need to leave.
Senator from Shawnee, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did not talk about any additional funding for out-of-district students because the base state aid per pupil would follow that student if they move before September 20th, which are the way our process is set up. That is the most likely time that a student would move. Now, if there is a enrollment mid-year, then those funds, of course, wouldn't be available until the following year for that student's enrollment. So I can see that there might be just a little issue there, but a district is in control of their capacity. So from that perspective, I think that the bases are covered.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this concern is not that the schools that are having additional students enroll would have difficulty with limited resources, but those schools where students are leaving. I hope that helps.
Senator from Shawnee, would you like to respond?
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chair. And I see your point. That's just kind of a hypothetical. I suppose anything's possible. So thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's a saying that when you have a good thing, other people want to be a part of it. And I'm happy to say that in Johnson County, there's a great thing there, public schools, and certainly understand that a number of people, a number of students will want to come to those schools. But we also have excellent schools across the state. But I do want to address something that was brought up earlier. Again, yes, when you have a good thing, more people want to be a part of it. Johnson County schools have readily accepted students from other areas, and each year put a great amount of work into studying how many they can accept. And it's a local issue as far as trying to determine the capacity that's available, as well as the number of teachers. Because what good is it to accept 200 students additionally if you don't have the teachers for it? And I will say Johnson County has some of the most diverse districts in the state, and it has been a great thing for all of our kids there. But the problem with this bill is that while it allows the open borders, there are no adjustments for IEPs, the lack of transportation, and other important factors that go into allowing a child to get a great education. And if you take a look at just the IEPs themselves, Blue Valley this past year has spent over $10 million of their local state funding, of their state general fund to make up for the difference on the lack of special ed funding. Olathe has spent 16 to 19 million on local funds to make up for that lack. Shawnee Mission, 8 million. So there's already a gap as far as the funding to be able to educate children with special needs. But what happens with a bill like this when there are unknowns? You can't ask in advance who's going to have an IEP coming in. It creates a very huge burden on the local districts then to try to find those resources. And this was alluded to earlier. This bill creates two tiers. We have children who their parents have the means to get them maybe an hour away to another school, but there are a number of children in districts who don't have that advantage, who don't have reliable transportation. So again, that's what creates the system of elites and have-nots The fact that we would allow the people who already have the means to take advantage of a system of open borders, whereas the people who are struggling the most in other districts. There's an easy way to eliminate this issue, though, and that answer is to fund all of our schools, not just adequately, but equitably. If we do that, then we take care of this issue. I will not be supporting this bill. Thank you.
Senator from Shawnee, would you like to respond?
No, thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Would the Senator from Shawnee stand for some questions?
She's standing.
Thank you. Currently, Senator, currently in Kansas, how is it determined, or who determines what children may or may not come into a school district or enroll in a school district?
Senator from Shawnee.
Mr. Chair, are we talking about, or is the senator from Wyandotte talking about children from outside the district who may be wanting to enroll in the school district, or just any student in any district?
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you for that question to clarify. I guess it is twofold. Who currently determines who may enroll in a school district in Kansas?
Senator from Shawnee.
So each school district has its own political boundaries, and that has been set in statute for many, many, many years after unification. So those boundaries are determined by those political boundaries. So where you live, where you reside, and you can tell that from your, if you own property, from your statement from the appraiser's office, it will tell you which school district you pay taxes to. And that school district then is the school district in which your children would enroll.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So currently, I live in District 202. So District 202, those has set boundaries that are defined, and that publicly elected school board then determines who may enroll in that school district based on those boundaries. Would this be correct?
Senator from Shawnee.
Yes, that would be correct.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So now under this bill, Senate Bill 455, how does that impact the authority of the publicly elected school board?
Senator from Shawnee.
The school board still is in charge of how many students from out of district would be able to enroll in the district based on the capacity that their buildings have, as identified in the prior year. So they're still in control, they're still in charge.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I think I heard you, thank you. I think I heard you earlier, maybe not right now, but I think I heard you earlier in response to a question that this bill does not determine the capacity. So who does determine the capacity of the school district?
And again, just a reminder to the body, when directing questions and answering questions, please direct them to the chair, not to each other. Senator from Shawnee.
I'm looking down.
Mr. Chair, thank you for that. I hope I'm doing, okay, thank you. So the school board it determines the capacity with input from their building administrators and superintendents and assistant superintendents. So the school board determines their capacity. The school board is in charge of this entire out-of-district transfer policy. The only difference is between this and other policies is that every district is required to have an out-of-district transfer policy, and the procedures for admitting students will be consistent across the state.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I might look down when I'm asking a question if that's okay with the chair.
You may, but when you address your question or your answer, if you would say, Mr. Chair, would the senator from Shawnee, not when you're asking a question, go directly, you said, you said, you said. That's what I'm referring to when I said direct your questions to the chair, not where your attention of where your eyes are at, but the words that you use. But you may proceed.
Okay, so I should not use the word "you said."
That is correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Now I've lost what they. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The school district has the authority to determine capacity. How does this impact their ability to, well, how does this impact their ability to forecast for the growth or the declining growth of their districts?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honestly, I don't see it as being any different than they've had to do in the past when you're trying to project your enrollment going into the next school year. Probably, as a former superintendent, the hardest thing to project is kindergarten enrollment. And if you've got your kindergarten enrollment pretty stable, then you can just pretty much move those kids forward and you'll be able to, I know there's a lot of transition among districts and families, but that's usually a pretty solid number and you can plan going forward. Every district does that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. And I know the carrier of the bill was a former superintendent. So every year then, as you were a superintendent, you had complete accuracy on determining or predicting the number of students that were enrolling in kindergarten?
Senator from Shawnee.
There's a word in that question I didn't catch. I had complete, what was that word? Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Accuracy.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not really, but we always gave ourselves wiggle room because you never know how many kids are moving into your district, but we're very, very close. You always save a few seats in every grade level to make sure that you are not over capacity. So I would suspect that most school districts would continue to do that regardless of this policy.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. Earlier today, there was the Johnson County delegation had Johnson County superintendents here, and there were 5, and of those 5 school districts, all growing school districts in our state, making up probably over 50% of the enrollment of students across the state of Kansas. Not one of those superintendents, speaking for their boards, supported this legislation, Senate Bill 455, but they did talk about capacity. And one of the things that was mentioned is that because of the vagueness in this legislation concerning capacity, that there might be this might create a difference of opinion between the legislature and locally elected boards about what that is. I heard from one superintendent said in the meeting that that a good school district would be running at between 80 and 85% capacity because they would always be anticipating the ability to provide for the enrollment of families that would be moving into their districts. Would the senator from Shawnee, could you speak to that thought from your past experience?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's a very valid point that you do need to be able to forecast ahead and take into account that you have some information you will not know until the school year starts. So whether or not that's 85% capacity, 90% capacity, 95% capacity is left up to the district and the administration and the school board. So I think that there's nothing in this legislation that would deny that opportunity to plan ahead based on your district's unique needs.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I would also say that from those 5 superintendents here today, I didn't hear one of them mention diversity or equity or inclusion concerning this policy. They did talk about wanting the best for the children that their school districts provide for, and they did want to be able to provide the best for the families that are paying the taxes in those school districts, because as they mentioned, in all of the cases that they are at the capacity for their local option budgets, around 30%. And so those are the funds that help to supplant and the state monies that are coming to them to provide quality education, which we know all of our school districts want to provide across the state of Kansas. I would ask the senator from Shawnee, from her experience as a superintendent, what would, do you see that educationally that what is the most optimum environment for a student educationally? Is it moving from place to place, or is it residency over time in a particular school district?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would echo what I think the senator from Wyandotte is getting at, and that is consistency in a school system, in a neighborhood, in a classroom, and that multiple transitions are always more difficult on an educational achievement continuum. So that's why this bill says that once you enroll in that school district, you are there until you graduate, because we know how important that continuity is, and we would hope that that would be the case, and that these students who are coming from out of district would be embraced in the school community as being a part of that community, even though they may not live in the same neighborhood. So I think that that would be a positive for this bill.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. And with that, I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have.
Do you have the number?
It's 3824.
If you'll give us a couple of minutes to hand that out. And while we are waiting to hand that out, the chair recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Ways and Means, we're going to have a short meeting at the rail just for introduction of a map for the map committee. So Senate Ways and Means, if you could meet at the rail for just 2 minutes, and I know Senator Petty has just offered an amendment. So, timing's everything. Thank you. We'll meet there in about 2 minutes. Thank you.
Senator Petty, would you like to have your amendment read, or would you like to explain it?
I can explain it. As we heard the senator from Shawnee mention, consistency is the most operable environment for students for learning. And within this bill, instead of offering the opportunity for a transfer once a year, starting at the beginning of the year, which would add to consistency and the ability for school districts to plan, this bill speaks to 2 times. One starting in July, and then another one in November. And this amendment removes the second transfer date.
Questions for the senator from Wyandotte on the amendment? Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I have a comment. Not really. I understand the amendment. I think the issue would be that when we discuss this in committee, and this bill, by the way, was substantially amended from the original bill. It did have 4 opportunities to transfer during the year. We reduced that to 2, knowing that consistency was very important in a student's educational progress. The reason that we decided that 2 would be beneficial was, what if this student transfers into a new district thinking that this is going to be a good fit for me, I've got friends here, or whatever the circumstances are, and after that first semester the transition was so difficult that it's not a good fit for that student. So it gives them the opportunity, second semester, whether they're an elementary age student or a high school age student, to be able to transfer to another school district if there is capacity in that district. So you're reducing the opportunity and that option to be able to transfer.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. And thank you for the carrier from those comments. But this, this is one legislation that has not been requested in any way by our educational communities. In fact, I think I could be so bold as to say I'm not sure of any district that I would support this legislation. Our school districts have established criterias for transferring. In fact, I'll be honest, today I heard from one of the Spring Hill, the fastest, as the superintendent said, the fastest growing school district in the state of Kansas, that 2 years ago, when they passed their second bond in 5 years, that one of the things that the voters and the residents of that school district asked for was no transfers. That they, because it was such a growing school district, and that they are receiving over 100 requests a year for transfers, and that they have 60 plus students moving in each semester, that they did not want to have any transfers going on because of their growth. So that was a policy that then was voted on and set by their board to fit the needs of their school district. And they are not the only school district that's growing in our state of Kansas. I'm sure that's why we've heard so many things from the Andover School District as well. So this is a major change. It is taking away I often hear this body talk about reduced government, reduce bureaucratic oversight. And yet we are, it makes me laugh because we are doing it to our school districts all the time. And this is just one example of what we're going to be looking at today, of doing that very thing. Instead of letting those locally elected school boards who are in tune with their school districts, in tune with the families that live there, allowing them to make the best decisions for their school district when it comes to transfers. We are asserting our authority at the state level to make those decisions when we are not the closest to the problem and to the issues. So this amendment lets this statute go into place. It's looked at allowing on a once a year, which if there just seems to be such a great interest in that happening, it does allow it, but it doesn't then make it even more cumbersome to have this happen twice a year. I'll also share that I asked the very question of the superintendent from Shawnee Mission, because she had mentioned today in this meeting earlier, she had mentioned that she did a capacity study. And this bill speaks to that very thing, because in order to know what your capacity is, school districts are going to have to do that, as the bill is written now, twice a year. Not every school district is the size of the Shawnee Mission School District, but I'll just use them as an example. They have 50 plus buildings, and the superintendent said that it took, when she did the study, it took 6 weeks to have an accurate study of the capacity. She said it would take 12 weeks of time to be doing an accurate capacity twice a year. And that again is burdensome and more administration, which again, I have heard repeatedly said that we want to see more money spent in the classroom, but we're actually putting into statute things that will cause school districts to have to expend more money on administration. So when it comes to educational dollars, I don't see that being the best use of our educational dollars. So with that, I move my amendment to have only one count a year, or one transfer time a year.
Senator from Wyandotte, we have people standing for questions, so we are going to hold on moving your amendment. Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, for the body's benefit, we spent several days on this particular bill. It's interesting to hear the concerns being expressed on the floor. We had 7 or 8 balloon amendments to this bill. It's unfortunate that those weren't brought into committee to make things more clear or to address some of the concerns, but I do want to address what seems to appear with this amendment. And I guess I'll start off by folks that were listening to the hearing that we had in Senate Education and listening in as we worked the bill and added those amendments and had those conversations. What we kept hearing was, thank goodness the conversation was focused on what was best for kids. How can we in the state of Kansas best serve the needs of kids, and how can we help parents do that? Because parents are the best advocates for the needs of their children. And yet the discussion today has not centered at all on what's best for the kids and meeting the needs of children. The reason we reduced from 4 to 2 is so there wouldn't be so much shifting around and to reduce that oversight of school districts for onboarding new students 4 different times during the school year. But the reason we kept that spring enrollment is because we knew that there are times, fluctuation of enrollment in a district where might be at capacity, or we thought that the school district would be at capacity in the fall semester, but in fact they found as the semester progressed, there was capacity available for students that missed that opportunity in the fall and to allow them into that new opportunity in the spring. So we certainly support that for our kids and for their parents to, you know, if they're in a school district where they feel they're being bullied, or maybe those assessment scores have come out and been made public in the fall and the parent sees how low they are and they want a better opportunity for the child. We want to make sure that that happens in the spring, not a year later. There has been some discussion about one particular school district. Spring Hill School District was mentioned, and the superintendent did speak to the Johnson County delegation. What wasn't mentioned is the reason there was a request for no transfers is 1, they were at capacity, but 2, we were in the midst of COVID, and they were offering face-to-face courses. Not a delayed start in September, but they started in August. And the school district that neighbors them not only didn't start in August, but middle school and high school kids were unable to attend in a hybrid setting until March of that school year. So yes, was there a request? Was there a demand? Please let us in, let our children into your school district because you're meeting face-to-face. Certainly did happen. And it was it was a product of COVID. We say we want to save government. We want to reduce government. This doesn't change government. It's the same state board or school boards that will make those decisions. One thing it does do is it puts into utilization that assessment per building, per school district that we as a body did approve. You know, we heard from superintendents today, this noon, the portion that I was able to attend, that we're already at capacity. Then guess what? If you go through those assessments, you codify it through your school board, then there will be no openings for students to move into the district. And we made that not only for individual classrooms, but for programs as well. So we know that school districts offer specific programs, and so we kept it at that. But it is important that school districts go through the appropriate process to determine capacity. We help them with that by coming up with the assessment, which all dovetails perfectly with this piece of legislation, and that is exactly why I stand in opposition to this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, would you like to respond?
Thank you, I would. I would totally agree with the senator from Miami that, because I do serve on education, there were 9 amendments because the chair wanted this bill to be worked with amendments and not with a substitute bill. Everything that many of the things I'm saying, I said in committee, so those things are not different. And I think everything that I've said prior to right now has been in the best. I've mentioned children and in the best interest of children, and I certainly do believe that and I hope everybody in this body believes that our locally elected school districts, in their capacity as school board members, unpaid school board members, are making the best interest for the children that live in the school districts that they are elected to represent. I think when we talk about them in a different manner, we certainly are being disrespectful to that position that they have and that they have been elected to, even though it's not at the Senate level. I think this staff, this kind of legislation doesn't just impact our children, it impacts the staffs within those schools, and we want to have quality staff. We want to have that, and our school districts want to have adequate staff populations so that they can provide the best education to all the children in Kansas. Every time that we pass legislation to erode local control, we are being just like the federal government, and that we are saying, you should do what we want you to do and not what you think is best. And I think we should keep that in mind as we're passing legislation here. This is bureaucracy. This is putting more, eroding the authority of our locally elected school boards when we put these things in place. If we're really very interested in seeing this kind of legislation put in place to change the current policies that locally elected school boards have, then let's start off with once a year instead of twice a year. Let's see how this works. And then if it's successful, then we could increase it to twice a year. But I don't think we're taking in consideration the best educational environment for our children. I don't think we're taking in consideration the will of the taxpayers within those school districts, whether it's a school district that I represent, the school districts that I represent that are not large growing school districts, that are minority school districts, or whether it's school districts that are fast growing school districts. I don't think we're taking them into consideration. Some of you may think, well, this isn't going to impact my school district because those children, there's no other school district close at hand, so they wouldn't be transferring. That could well be true. But I think we have to keep in mind, how is it impacting all the children across the state of Kansas for the best educational opportunities for everyone? And I am somewhat offended when we think that a school district that has higher property values, which I don't represent one of them, is being elitist. I can't control where you live. I can't control where somebody else lives. And I certainly can't control valuations. So even though my home value has gone up, I know home values in other like in Johnson County, have gone up a lot more. And that's just the will of the buyer. I don't have any control of that. But I also think that those school districts, wherever they're at, should have control of those decisions that are most important to their families. So that's my answer.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were some concerns expressed about how this would affect a student who has transferred to a different school and then is finding out that it doesn't work as well as they had hoped, or their situation might have changed. So I'm pleased to see that on page 6, lines 12 and 13 of the bill, it says that a student may always enroll at any time in the school district where such student resides. So I can support this change knowing that the students will always have that option. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, would you like to respond? Do we have any further questions for the Senator of Wyandotte on her amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion fails. We are now back on the bill. Do we have any further questions from the Senator of Shawnee? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am just curious in regard to the bill itself, what is the effect on local bond issues?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this point in time, we don't anticipate any effect on local bond issues. Those are passed by the electorate in the school district. That would not change with this bill.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you for the response. That does add another layer of concern in regard to this bill itself, because when citizens vote on a local bond issue, it is their anticipation they are voting on that local district and the needs of the citizens who live there. This bill does not take into account what happens when you have children switching districts and the effect on local bond issues, because then again, it does exacerbate the situation of creating two tiers, where you have some kids left behind at other schools where the kids who have the means to get to a different school can do so. So once again, I will not be supporting this bill, because really the answer here, as far as keeping the focus on the kids and meeting the needs of children, is to fund all of our schools adequately and equitably. Thank you.
Senator from Shawnee, would you like to respond?
Yes, I would. Thank you so much. So this policy does not differ in the intent as the Kansas Association of School Boards policy, which is currently used across Kansas in our 286 districts. So the exact same language for out-of-district transfers is in that policy, except for this intent in this bill. You still have out-of-district transfers, but you have a standard policy across all districts and a process across all districts. So that really doesn't change anything when you're looking at your local bond elections.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this bill. I think it's abundantly clear on page 2 at the top, lines 1 through 5, where it defines that a school district means a school district organized and operating under the laws of the state. Does not mean school districts outside the state. And then in G, when it says school district again, it's still defining school districts. I find this interesting when we have some folks concerned about potentially students transferring in from another state, but oftentimes don't seem to have a problem with out-of-state college students paying in-state tuition. I want to mention about the lottery in the fact that it has accept or deny a non-resident student transfer. The school district cannot base it on ethnicity, national origin, gender, income level, disabling condition, proficiency in the English language, measure of achievement, aptitude, or athletic ability. The lottery is the best possible system if you maybe only have room for 1 or 2 students and you have 5 or 6 that are applying and that can do that. The other reason is that we spent at least 3 of our hours in our committee working on this bill, and I think that's the purpose of committees, that we do all of the hard, heavy lifting and work very carefully. I want to commend the carrier of this bill, Senator Diedrich, Mr. Chair, because she spent hours working on this. You'll see lots of strikeouts. We had many amendments that came on the floor. Most of the questions on the floor today have come from members who were on the committee when we were debating and discussing this. We are doing this for children, and I would end with this. When my children were most of you know I'm a former classroom teacher. When my children were very small, I was substitute, or they just started school actually, I was substitute teaching in a school. I noticed a young man who was continually bullied in the hallways, books were knocked out of his hands. I happen to know his mother. We were college roommates. And I went to her and said, "Are you aware that this is going on? Have you gone in to talk to the principal? Have you?" She said, "Every year since he was in the second grade. It's the same group of kids that just bully him all the time." And I said, "Have you ever thought about perhaps transferring to another school district?" And checked, and this was not available to her. There are children that, for whatever reasons, need to be moved into another setting. And I think this is a really good bill. It's not taking over what school districts are doing. It's saying if you have capacity, students can transfer, and it can't be based on any of these things. And I don't think there are going to be hundreds of kids that are trying to transfer in. I think it's a very good bill. Again, I want to commend the committee and all of their work that they did on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further questions, Senator from Shawnee, you may close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would say that we've had a very robust discussion today. I appreciate all of the comments and issues and concerns. Having been an educator for 40 years, I have the utmost respect for our school boards and the time and energy that they give to our school districts and for our sitting superintendents, and I appreciate that very much. So with that, I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports Senate Bill 455 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 496. The chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 496 is known as the Parents' Bill of Rights bill. You know, we had testimony and discussion. Proponents generally stated that the bill would codify and protect parental rights established by court rulings and federal statutes. Neutral testimony from the Kansas PTA stated the organization was neutral because they support parental engagement. They did have some questions and some concerns that were addressed during the hearing. Now, we did have opponent testimony, and they stated that the bill is unnecessary as school districts and teachers are already doing much of what is required in the bill. What we do know is that some or most of what's required in the bill is being executed in some of our school districts. But the Parents' Bill of Rights is designed so that every parent of a Kansas child, so that their rights will be protected. The bill requires our school boards of education of each school district to develop and adopt policies to guarantee parental rights. Some school boards have already adopted policies and procedures as well to assure parental rights. But we know that that is not consistent of our nearly 300 school districts and our school boards. We want parents to be able to be informed of and inspect the materials, activities, curriculum, lessons, surveys, tests, questionnaires, those materials that will be used in the classroom with the children. We want parents to be able to inspect and review educational and health records of the parent's child that are maintained by the school district. We want parents to have an avenue to object if they feel the learning material or a particular activity would distract from or impair the child and the family's firmly held beliefs, values, or principles. We want the parent to be able to withdraw the student from that particular activity. We also want parents to have an avenue to challenge the materials or the educational benefit of books or magazines or other materials that are available in the library. Now, I think that some of us know of specific school districts that we represent in our Senate district that are already doing these things. But again, I reiterate, we know that that is not the case throughout the state. The opportunity for parents to be able to view and review and inspect educational and health records of the parent's child that are maintained by the school district is particularly valid after we received the legislative post-audit that indicated there is such poor security in our IT system in our school districts, and that in fact the State Board of Education had not even imposed baseline requirements to assure the security of the materials. I know parents are also concerned when they find out some of the information in their child's official folder isn't accurate because it's not the child's information, it's a different child. We know with regard to parents having that right to speak out and address elected school boards in their monthly meetings, we know just this month what occurred in Salina, where parents were so concerned about materials that were made available in the libraries, so they took those books with them, and when it was the open public discussion opportunity, parent after parent stepped forward and began reading from those books. And they were stopped because of the profanity, the vulgarity, and quite frankly, the inappropriate content to be read aloud by adults in an adult setting. It was considered that pornographic. And so how did the Salina School Board address that issue? They decided that parents can't speak up at the public school board meetings anymore. Well, that kind of defeats that purpose of parent and school district working together for the benefit of the child. So at this point, Mr. Chair, I will pause and address any questions that the body might have.
Are there questions for the Senator from Miami? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the carrier will answer some questions.
She will.
Okay. On page 1, lines 23 through 25, it states that parents have the right to be informed of, inspect the curriculum, instructional materials, and any other materials that are made available or taught to such child in the child's school. How exactly would this work?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What the Parents' Bill of Rights does is it allows each school district to determine how they're going to do that. Now, like I said before in my opening statements, we had several school districts say, why are you making us do this? We're already doing this. We're already uploading those documents into our online system. So again, we have some school districts that are doing this. Instructors are already uploading into their system, but we know that others are not. Now, we did have a hearing on 2 other bills, not Senate Bill 496, but they were transparency bills that were much more prescriptive, that said by this date, all of this for this school year needs to be uploaded, or this needs to be uploaded for the fall semester, needs to be available online by a certain deadline, and if you didn't meet that deadline, there was a punishment or a stick. But what this bill does with the Bill of Rights is it allows the school board and the school district to come up with how they will make that available for parents.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would it require the creation of a parent portal such as in HB 2662 describes?
Senator from Miami.
I can't speak for the House bill, but no, it would not necessarily require a portal to be established by a school district.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would parents have to be informed of the instructional materials by a certain time frame?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, the Parents' Bill of Rights does not mandate a particular start date or must be completed by. It's not a homework assignment, but it does require the school board, the elected school board, working in concert with the school district administration to come up with their plan of action. And again, like I said, we know that there are pockets and areas throughout the state where school districts are already making materials available. So we know that regardless of whether the district is 1, 2, or 3A, 4, 5, or 6A, there are many ways in which a school district can make this available to parents. It could be made available a week or so before school starts, you know, when they have to pay their fees and make sure that all the paperwork is turned in. It could be the first day of school. It could be something that's sent home to parents. It could be something that's provided to parents during parent-teacher conferences. There are so many ways to do this, and we did not decide that one size fits all. Everyone must do this. We left it up to the school boards that represents their communities how to best meet those needs.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. So on page 2, lines 10 through 13, it says the right to expect that each teacher and educator of such child shall work to eliminate coercion that forces teachers and educators to support action and ideologies that violate individual professional integrity. As an educator, what exactly does this mean that parents and guardians should expect from that teacher?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the senator from Johnson give me those lines again?
Yes.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. It's lines 10 through 13 on page 2 of the bill.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you very much. I can give an example of that. We have a school district in South Central Kansas that has already begun to implement that all teachers, when they assign homework, if that homework is turned in and it hasn't been done, hasn't been completed, or maybe it's been done and every answer is wrong, the student is still to earn credit for that, no less than 50%. So we certainly know of teachers that are opposed to that practice because the belief of teachers is if you grade work that's never been done, it's not a proper assessment of the work of the child. So we do know that some districts have adopted policies. I know that when I was teaching, we had one particular year where the principal decided that it was up to the teacher to do whatever it took to allow the student to retake a test as many times possible, but they could not from 1 week to the next have a grade of D or lower in the course. And I have to tell you that as an educator, retaking a test as many times as possible to bring up the grade so it's not a D or an F is not a best practice in education.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. I think there is some advantage to retaking something because we need to make sure that our children are learning, and I think one of the best ways is learning from their mistakes and going back and learning what they did wrong so that they're better prepared the next time they see something. But my next question on page 2, lines 21 through 25, says, be informed of and have the ability to inspect any materials, activities, curriculum, lessons, syllabi, surveys, tests, questionnaires, examinations, books, magazines, handouts, professional development, and training materials, and any other materials or activities that are provided to the child, to the parent's child. Is there any concern that parents having access and the ability to access tests could possibly lead to instances of cheating?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in some ways, this quite frankly dovetails with the question and the response to my answer to the prior. Certainly, an educator is going to give a quiz, give an exam, and that is an assessment of what do the students in the class know here and now. And if most students are not successful in that, then coursework and course assignments are changed, and what goes on in the classroom is changed to continue to make sure to reinforce whatever it is that's being taught. But taking the same test over and over is what leads to the cheating. I've already figured out which ones I got right the first time. I can answer those the second time and keep chipping away. But with regard to this, I know of many school districts or school buildings that have a policy that if the child takes the test or the quiz or the exam, whatever you want to call the assessment, the parent is not allowed to look at that after it's been taken, not before, but afterward.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. I think that brings up more concerns because I think based on the language of this bill, every time a teacher reformats or puts questions in different positions, they're going to have to post that because they could be violating the transparency that is requested for this. So I will go on. And I will say I absolutely believe that parents should have a significant impact in their children's education. That's why I'm a senator, because I was involved in the PTA and then walked 60 miles to Topeka to raise awareness. But this bill is not a parent's bill of rights. This bill is a bully's bill of demands. And this is already attacking our teachers who are demoralized. And, you know, children deserve an honest and accurate education that enables them to learn from our past and help create a better future. This bill is opening the door for politicians banning books and curriculum simply because some people find them uncomfortable. You know, I have a great relationship with my kids' schools. I go to back to school night. I'm there unless I'm on the Senate floor for teachers. Every time there's parent-teacher conferences, I'm there. I get emails daily from my kids' school. Actually, last week, I got this bill, which actually brings up another question, or this email, which brings up another question. We have Parent View in my kids' school, so I can look up every grade my child has. I can look up their health records and find out if we're up to date or if we're missing anything. I can tell if he's absent or if he was tardy. I have all of that in my phone. But this is the email, one of probably 10 that I got last week. Parents and guardians, today during AP Language, students watched the first 31 minutes of the Oscar-nominated documentary, Winter on Fire, to practice some of our ELA and AP standards. The rest of the documentary will not be shown due to content not appropriate to our lesson or to the audience. But I wanted to make you aware in case students pursue this on their own. Many times in committee, I asked, show me an example of parents or guardians who are asking for this information from their teachers and they're not receiving it. I'm still waiting. I have not gotten an example of an issue of this in Kansas. I did get one in Rhode Island, but I'm not elected to represent Rhode Island. I'm elected to represent Kansas, specifically District 21, which is DeSoto, Olathe, and Shawnee Mission School Districts. And I have not had a parent reach out to me telling me that they have a problem. So I guess the senator, there's part of this about parents have the right to attend and participate in school board meetings. I absolutely agree with that. Does the carrier believe that if parents are threatening violence or intimidating school members, that they should have complete reign over the school board meetings?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I guess my answer to that would be, is there an example where parents have threatened violence in our school districts? Because I think quite frankly, and that's a rhetorical question, I don't think that the parents in Salina were threatening violence. What they were doing is they were making the school board acutely aware of what was being made available to students in the library. The parents had already gone through the process of contacting the teachers, the librarian, school administrators, and they felt they weren't being heard. We know of all other kinds of tactics that have been used with regard to what I would consider a violation of the Open Meetings Act, where majority of boards going into executive session for attorney-client privilege, and there's no attorney in the room. But instead what you have is a superintendent saying, you know, I talked to the attorney and this is what they said. So again, those are discussions that should be in the open, in the public, for the parents who are attending or viewing to see. I think that, quite frankly, parents in Kansas just want to know, what direction are we going for the education of my child? How can I participate? How can my voice be heard? And that's exactly what this bill does. It's not bullying. And how do we know it's not bullying? Because again, let me remind you what the testimony was. The PTA of Kansas said, you know, we always support more parental involvement in our schools. The opponents argued, we don't need this because, you know what, in my district, we're already doing that. Great for that district, but we know that there are many other districts in the state that do not provide that benefit to parent or to families. So do I condone violence or threats of violence? Absolutely not. It's illegal.
Senator from Johnson.
That's good to hear that you do not condone that, but I don't think that you answer the question of whether or not they should be allowed to participate in that school board meeting. You spoke about Salina, but there are incidents of where members of the school board in my communities have been threatened, and they've had police officers sitting outside their homes. But we can digress. And it's interesting because I hear both sides of the thing, that this is happening, we don't need this. I'm hearing that even from the carrier of this bill. You know, parents already have can opt their students out of programs or even object to materials, formal review. You know, what this is doing, I believe, is hamstringing our kids' critical thinking skills. You know, a public school education helps students prepare for their future by encouraging curiosity, critical thinking through math, science, art, music, history, literature. The classroom is often the child's first opportunity to resolve disagreements, self-regulate, and understand different points of view. My own son, we took a family trip to the U.S. Virgin Islands, and on one of our tours, we were talking, and the locals there had a very different understanding of Christopher Columbus. And my 5th grader at the time said, "Mom, this is not what I heard in history class. Christopher Columbus did some awful things. Why didn't they teach me this?" So, you know, life is about meeting, working, and befriending people who have different ideas, values, and perspectives. Our kids should not be deprived of their ability to learn those skills. Much of the legislation that we're addressing for economic development in our state has a goal of attracting multinational corporations that will allow our kids to put down roots here. If we prevent our kids from developing those critical thinking skills, they will be at a competitive disadvantage. Legislation like this opens the door to setting a dangerous precedent when we can simply start banning all school content, books that we don't like because it might make us uncomfortable. I also have serious concerns for AP courses. My son is a junior. He's signed up for 6 AP courses this year, and I know one of the senators on education said that seniors like to take the year off. My son is signed up for 6 AP courses next year as well, so he's not taking the year off to have a senior year. But AP courses are used in many of our high schools throughout the state to allow students the experience of a college rigor course in high school. And if certain topics are banned from our AP courses, the program could lose its AP designation. I'll say teachers often make the largest impact when they can deviate from a lesson to make it more personal to a student, or they can adapt a situation in the moment. And with this legislation, teachers are discouraged from deviating from the lesson plan because it may not be already out there for a parent to see. Teaching is built on genuine, unscripted communication with students and parents, and this bill undermines that. The carrier and I disagree. This is a bully's bill of demands, and I will not be supporting it. I stand with our teachers. I appreciate how they adapt, how they've adapted over the last 2 years to deal with mental illness, adjusting in-person, virtual, hybrid. And I think this legislation, when talk about what it was done in a survey of actually the people who introduced this legislation, if you actually look at the details, they're not basing this on parents. They're basing it on voters. And I want to pass legislation for my children that it has to do with parents who are involved and they know what's going on in that classroom. So I absolutely oppose this, and I will yield to the senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, if you yield, if you sit down, you give up the floor. So, okay. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will echo something that was said a little bit earlier. As a parent with children currently in our public schools, there is a lot of communication. In fact, I cannot keep up with it. There is so much communication about what is going on, assignments, different activities available, and the access to an educator is almost unlimited. In fact, probably to the chagrin of educators themselves, who tend to almost have to make themselves available 24/7 in a social media environment. I will say too, I've been hearing things mentioned about our public schools as far as things that are happening that just don't seem to match up with the experience of people who currently have children in our schools seem to be what we are seeing. So after listening to teachers, superintendents, and volunteering in our classrooms, and then hearing some of these other arguments, it feels like there is a huge disconnect between what is actually happening in our schools and the perception here in the legislature as far as what's occurring. And I thought about it too over the weekend. I think out of 40 senators in this chamber, maybe 5 of us have children currently in public schools. I think in the House, out of 125, maybe less than 20. And even if you had children in public schools 10 or 20 years ago, things have probably changed a little bit since then as far as communication and just curriculum in itself. So that's a concern as far as that detachment from what is reality and the perception. So with that, I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
Yes, I have.
Do you know what the number is?
If I can see it. I'm going to say 3840.
Can you give us a minute to have it handed out? Would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
Certainly, thank you. And hopefully I saw the numbers correctly. I was straining there a little bit, I just haven't given in. Yes, this amendment basically specifies that prior to bringing forward a bill that impacts curriculum or funding for our public schools, that a legislator would volunteer for a week in a public school or consult with a team of at least 6 teaching professionals designated by the State Board of Education. This is to ensure that we actually know what's going on in our public schools, because we seem to have a plethora of bills this session, again, that seem to have a disconnect between what is the reality of what's happening in our public schools and the perception. So that is what this bill addresses. Obviously, there's some great perks here. Not only do we become subject matter experts on what is going on here, but we've had a subs shortage. So this is a great way to help address those issues.
Questions for the senator from Johnson on our amendment? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are only two options. Is that what I understand from the carrier of this amendment? So you can't request a bill for introduction that would impact public school curriculum unless you fit one of the two options. So it can't be that you work at a public institution or you work tutor students or anything like that, but just those two options. Is that what I understand?
Senator from Johnson.
Yes, that is the current wording. While tutoring is something that is obviously very helpful and requires a certain skill set, it is probably not the same as actually being in the classroom as a volunteer or a sub working with children for an 8-hour day.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, the more I look at this, the more I'm beginning to think, so a legislator is to protect legislators from a conflict of interest. A legislator who is the parent of a minor child enrolled in a non-public school, including a homeschool, should not request for introduction of any bill. I mean, I'm looking at this and I am going to challenge germaneness.
Germaneness has been challenged. The Rules Committee will meet. Senator Foster. The chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, on the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee finds the amendment to be non-germane for a number of reasons. One is a different topic. One has to do with parental bill of rights. The other has to do with legislature. Introduces an independent question, and the whole list rules it non-germane. Thank you.
Okay, that amendment has been ruled non-germane, so we are now back on the base bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not challenge that ruling, but I do find it interesting that legislators would push back on helping our schools and becoming actual subject matter experts in the entity that is our biggest responsibility as far as educating our children. So I would issue the challenge. Obviously, we have break coming up in April. I will either be subbing or volunteering in classrooms, so I challenge any of my peers to do the same, and we can compare notes afterwards on our experiences. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, you had yielded your time. It is back on.
Thank you.
You're on the floor.
I have another question on page 1 of the bill, section 6, the right to make healthcare medical decisions for each child, including the right to make decisions regarding vaccinations and immunizations. We currently have issues, and if you have a religious or we have reasons for exemptions, but could someone just come in and say they didn't want a vaccine and then their child would have to be enrolled in this school?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, I do want to circle back to the amendment because I think...
Point of order, I think we're on the bill.
We are. But I do want to, Mr. Chair, if I might.
Senator from Miami, we are on the bill, so we need to stick to the bill and to the question.
We'll stick to the bill. As a legislator, this would be my response, because I don't need to be in the classroom last week or last month to be able to respond to this particular educational issue. So we do have in statute KSA 726265, and it says that school boards may exclude students who have not completed the required inoculations. This decision rests with every school board.
Senator from Johnson.
So thank you. I believe then it is your determination that by putting this in, that we are now giving the parent the right, or because of this exception?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I did not write this bill. It was introduced in committee and was accepted as a committee bill. But we did have a hearing on this bill. We heard testimony on this bill, and there were questions, and there was discussion, and there was clarification from our revisor on this particular segment of the bill. It is the right of a parent to make healthcare and medical decisions for their child, including the right to make decisions regarding vaccinations and immunizations. So that is there, again, to codify into law. It's not a coach that says to the football players, okay, if you've received your vaccine, you go stand over here. And those of you that haven't, you need to go across the street and you need to get your vaccination. That conversation isn't to be between the coach and the student. That conversation is a conversation for the parents, because it's the parents' determination on healthcare and medical decisions for the child. The parent is the one that knows what the diagnosis has been for a child that might have seizures or might have other health conditions, would know whether or not the child is allergic to the flu shot, other types of vaccinations and immunizations. It's the parent that determines the risk they're willing to take. And it's that parent's conversation and discussion with the healthcare providers. As it relates to the child attending a school, you know, with KSA 726262, it mandates that it's the Secretary of the Department of Health and Environment that sets the guidelines as far as what are recommended immunization requirements. But in the end, whether that child can attend the school district being compliant or non-compliant with that immunization record, it's going to be up to the school boards. They can determine whether or not to exclude students who haven't completed those required inoculations. It is the vote of the majority of the board.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you for that answer, and I agree. It should be the school board who is making that decision, and we go from their Secretary of Health and Environment on what those requirements are. But I feel like in this legislation, we are misleading our parents in our bullying bill of demands the right to healthcare decisions. And I think reading this, they're going to think I do not have to have a vaccination for my child. And when I go to enroll them in kindergarten and I don't have all these, I'm going to sue them because I have the authority, right? And I have it in the Senate bill. But with that, Again, I am opposed to this, and I think we are really undermining the valuable relationship between parents and teachers, and we're taking away the time building that genuine relationship. Whether you have to go to the website to look at this, it also is going to eliminate conversations with your own kids. My favorite pastime is to talk to my son about things that happen in the school. I loved it when he was home and doing online school. My one son was a senior, the other was a sophomore. I actually sat down and I was engaged. When they were doing government class, I was there. When they were doing English, and I was involved. But what this legislation is going to do is tell parents, you don't have to be involved, you don't have to go to parent-teacher night, you don't have to go to back-to-school night, just look online, you don't have to be involved, but if you don't like something, you can protest, you can sue, you can be as ugly as you want at that school board meeting, and the Kansas legislature has your back. But I guarantee this will undermine the value of relationships between parents and teachers, parents and their kids, and we are already hurting teachers who are so exhausted, and we're telling them that they don't matter in this. Thank you.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I read this Bill of Rights, I don't see anything ugly. I don't see the bullying. Quite frankly, I've been to lots of different school districts. I've talked to lots and lots of parents and educators. And again, we're hearing from certain school districts, certain teachers, boots on the ground that say, I already do this, so I don't need to worry about this because I'm already making this available online. And yet, what we hear from other teachers and what we hear, in some ways, I think from fearmongers, is that this is going to be the destruction of public education in our state. It is not. It is to simply codify into law what are the rights of parents. It also, quite frankly, is pretty explicit about, hey, parents, wake up. These are some things, if you're not paying attention to the materials, if you're not having those conversations with teachers, if you're not looking at what it is that your child is reading, get involved, participate, and learn more. I guess I just give more credit to Kansans than what's been portrayed by the opponent senator who just spoke. I don't think parents are going to be ugly. I don't think we're going to be suing our schools. If we sue our schools, it's going to be about other things that have happened. It's going to be similar to the class action lawsuit that was filed against the state for foster care because those kids weren't being protected by the state. If we have lawsuits coming to our schools, it's going to be because how did my child graduate in the top 10% of my class, but they fall into the 14,000 high school graduates that are having to take remedial courses in college? It's going to be issues like that. It's going to be learning that's been lost. It's going to be those kids with dyslexia where they still haven't been taught to read and they're in 5th grade because we haven't provided adequate teacher training so that they are going to have the tools that they need to be able to read despite the cognitive difficulty that they have with reading. Those are the things we're going to get sued about. It's a very simple bill, 2-page bill. There is no bullying. There is no stick. There's no carrot, but there is no stick. There is no punishment other than, you know, you might have some parents show up at a school board meeting and say, you know, by the way, how come my child had to wear a mask and then when he had a seizure, he almost died because the teacher left the room. They didn't take the mask off. They didn't get medical response to the child fast enough? It's going to be those kinds of things that cause the lawsuits, not requesting that information is made available, that school districts adopt policies and procedures. That's not what the lawsuits are going to be about. They're going to be far more foundational issues of learning and instruction that isn't occurring in the classroom. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Foscadell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so just a clarification, we are still on the base bill, Senate Bill 496. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two specific questions, language in the bill that I want to ask the gentlelady from Miami.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a lot of times people will ask questions on this floor that they already know the answers to. Sometimes we talk just to be talking. And then these two questions I'm asking so that my constituents fully understand what this bill is, would require. So just for clarification, Mr. Chairman, Senator from Miami, so if a parent challenged the material or educational information, books, magazines that are in the school libraries, and this is a little piece I'll throw in, Mr. Chairman, I'm elected the first, believe it or not, sometimes I still don't believe it, after all these many years that the legislature has been established, I'm the first and only, the first ever elected Black female senator in the state of Kansas. And so I hope that gets in the history books someday, and so that people will know that, and young girls that come after me will know that. And my two daughters will be proud of their mother, who when my daughters were from K through 12, I believe I came in the legislature, they were still over at Minnehaha Elementary School, and I would drive back and forth. If there were teacher-parent conference, I would drive to Wichita, attend the conference, and turn around and drive back to Wichita, because I feel that parent-teacher-student combination is the best. But back to the question, Mr. Chairman, for the senator from Miami, if in fact that parent disagreed with the materials in the library, so how does that process look? So are the books or magazines that the parent disagreed with immediately pulled from the library, or is there a process to find that material, removal of that item necessary? Would we kind of put a close sign on the door in the library saying students couldn't go in there while we're determining those books on the shelf may or may not be offensive? And just what's that process, Mr. Chairman? Thank you.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The process is going to be different for every school district. Hopefully, the school districts already have a policy and procedure in the place. I know that several school districts that are in my Senate district have a procedure in place. Others, parents aren't so certain what that procedure is. So that's one of those things that when we say on the first page that the school districts will, they will come up with those policies to protect the Parents' Bill of Rights, that's exactly what would be included in this. So that the parent they would know what that process was, they would know what that policy was, and that the district could address that particular issue of concern.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll ask my second question, but again, I hope they leave the information in there, the history about the time that I was here in the state legislature, Kansas legislature. And then towards the end of the supplemental note, it lists a whole bunch of opponents. The Kansas State Board of Education League of Women Voters. It lists the Kansas Action for Children, and just a host of those who oppose the legislation. I don't serve on the Education Committee, Mr. Chairman, but going on down in the fiscal note, it lists about 9 different, and I'm not sure if they're, oh, wait a minute, maybe it goes on to 12 different exemptions. I'm assuming they are. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. But one of them speaks to, so it said it would direct the education. So it's talking about parents having a right of the upbringing of their children. I agree. My daughters now don't always agree that I'm right, but I agree with that. So it has a statement that says, except that no course of instruction would direct or compel the child to personally affirm, adopt, or adhere to any idea that violates the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Just curious of why that was added and how it makes this bill better or worse. Thank you.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'll start by saying that it is my hope that the good senator, the history of her service to the state stays documented in those libraries, because you are a role model, and it's been an honor and a privilege to serve on many committees, mostly interim, but many committees with you. So with regard to the question, primarily what we are looking to is Title VII with regard to the Civil Rights Act, but we're also looking at other aspects of that, and that is quite specifically that no individual is discriminated for any reason. Any reason. And in committees that we've served on together, we're concerned about prejudice based on hair, prejudice based on skin color, discrimination that might occur because of a particular religion or a particular belief system. Any of those protections, we want to make sure that we are upholding, particularly in our classrooms. And quite frankly, we have heard examples over the years whereby children feel bullied or discriminated against in the classroom, either by fellow students, by teachers, or by teachers that don't intervene when others are bullying and mistreating children that are different. And so this is specifically put in there to protect those rights of all.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank the gentlelady from Miami for her response. I just needed that to be stated publicly so that we know we are addressing bills that affect all Kansans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Would the senator from Miami stand for a question?
She's standing.
Senator, in this bill, it does mention on line 19 the right to direct the upbringing and the moral or religious training of such child. How does that religious training pertain to our public schools?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that we've noticed that's happened as time's gone by is children are something as simple as children are told, we don't refer to it as Christmas because it's winter break. It's not Christmas break. And that's just one example of there are children that have religious beliefs and religious training. And when we talk about December 25th, we're talking about Christmas. So that is just off the top of my head. That would just simply be one example. We know that there are many others. And, you know, quite frankly, used to be a time when there were no activities on Wednesday night for schools, because that was viewed as the night that many children were involved with religious activities. That's gone away. Used to be that certain meals were offered in the cafeteria on Fridays out of respect for particular religious beliefs. In many of our school districts, that's gone away. But again, it is designed so that it is the parent that is responsible to direct the upbringing and the moral or religious training of such children.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. Well, schools already do not have a role in the religious training of their child. That's protected in our state's Bill of Rights. Unfortunately, of the examples that were just offered, I think the reality is a person could say to a child, this is winter break. A cafeteria could not offer a meatless option on Friday. That's going to happen. I don't see where a Bill of Rights is going to change any of those things happening, because there are human beings. And so I might call it winter break. Someone else might call it Christmas break. And the disagreement should not be based on a word, or should not be directed by parental Bill of Rights. In this bill, I would like to ask the senator from Miami. I noticed that there are 3 different sections that speak specifically to materials that are used in the classroom. And so I would like an understanding about why that is spoken to in 3 different places in this, as was referred to, very small bill.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I will respond to the comment with regard to it isn't the school's responsibility as far as the religious training of a child. I mean, you're right. It's not the school's responsibility. I agree with that. But likewise, it's not the role of the school to override whatever that particular training is at home. Now, as to why school materials appears 3 different times, I can speak to one aspect of it, because we're also talking about what's available in different areas than the classroom, such as the library. Again, I did not write this bill. The committee was asked if they wanted to amend this bill in any way, and the committee chose not to. So the notion that it's presented there 3 different times, I think really what that is an emphasis that parents want to have access to that. And while the 2 senators from Johnson have said that they are in some ways receiving an overabundance of information about what's going on in the classroom, what materials are being used, what surveys are being asked. Again, it's the emphasis that this is what it is that needs to be made available to teachers by school districts through the school boards adopting the policies.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, the bill doesn't really, it does speak to what's available, but it also puts on an exorbitant demand on the classroom teacher and the administration within a building. For example, the first place it says the right to be informed of and inspect the curriculum, instructional materials, and any other materials that are made available to or taught to such child in the child's school. I'll just use an example. As a preschool teacher, I, read 4 books a day in my classroom. Would that mean that every day, well, actually, it sounds like it would imply that at the beginning of the year, I would have to have all books listed that I would be reading, even though circumstances or the weather might dictate that it would be better to read a book about rain if it's raining outside than what I had planned for I'll Love You Forever. So that's just one area. The second area, it says, be informed of and have the ability to inspect any materials, activities, curriculum, lessons, syllabus, surveys, tests, questionnaires, examinations, books, magazines, handouts, professional development and training materials, and any other materials or activities that are provided to the parent's child. Again, as a classroom teacher, you write lesson plans, you post them. It's even more, as we've heard from, as was mentioned, the 2 senators from Johnson, the availability of all the materials, but circumstances do create an environment, unfortunately, like we had 2 weeks ago in Olathe, where a gun was brought to school and a shooting occurred, that would circumvent what would have been the curriculum and would cause not only that school district, but as I had a conversation with the superintendent from DeSoto today, the curriculum for professional development of other school districts. Because as we are, I think most of you would have heard, or at least I had heard, that the Olathe School District, administration followed protocol. They had a system in place for when a dangerous situation occurs, and staff and students followed that procedure. And as we know, what could have been a very, very tragic situation was averted. But that does cause other school districts, particularly school districts in the area, to then look at, okay, should we review our protocol and make sure that we have, that everybody is following it, is prepared to follow it. And when I talked to the superintendent from DeSoto, he said that about an upcoming professional development day, that they thought that they should go back over their emergency protocol just to make sure that that everybody was aware of it and updated. So again, that would mean that this would be changed. The third place, object to any learning material activity on the basis that such material activity harms the child or impairs the parent's firmly held belief, values, or principles, and withdraw such child from the activity, class, or program in which the materials is used. So informing and having the information as a parent is one thing, but to decide that you don't like the way math is being taught in your child's first grade classroom or third grade classroom, and so you want to withdraw them from that situation because you're going to say it's based on something. What does that do for the learning environment of this child? Nothing. It also negates the ability of the school and the educated staff to provide the best learning environment for that child. So this really isn't a question, it is a statement. I find this bill to not be in the best interest of our children and our families. I think that when we talk about bullying, I wish that we could all snap our fingers. I can't really snap my fingers that well anymore, but I wish we could all snap our fingers and make bullying go away. I know the good senator from Miami has worked on that issue more than once with legislation and committees for that very thing. But we're not as we all know, going to make bullying going away. We're not going to cause uncaring comments to never be made in a school by a student or even by an adult. And this certainly, this kind of legislation will not help that situation at all. I see it as creating a very adversarial relationship between a teacher and a family before that teacher even has an opportunity to become that educator of that child. And I don't think that's ever what we want to see happen in our schools.
Senator from Miami, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have many things to respond to, but I will first relinquish the floor to the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson. He's stood several times, and we'll give him that opportunity to speak, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I believe it was made clear earlier, but I just want to be absolutely certain. There's nothing in this bill as it relates to the vaccination. It takes away the power of the schools to determine who can or cannot attend. And it also reaffirms the parents that may have religious exemptions or a parent that may have had an organ transplant and needs a medical exemption. They still can seek those exemptions. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is absolutely correct. Again, we follow those guidelines that are in statute. They are spelled out in KSA 726262 that it is the prerogative of the Secretary of KDHE to set those guidelines. And then in KSA 726265, it does further state that it's up to the state school boards to either exclude students who have not completed the required inoculations. They may exclude, but the decision rests entirely on each school board. And again, the religious exemptions are there, as are the medical exemptions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yield the floor back.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will go ahead and relinquish the floor to the other senator from Sedgwick. There you go, Senator Erickson.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just like to reiterate what this bill does and does not do. The bill states that all parents have a right to direct the upbringing, education, care, and mental health of their child. The bill would enumerate 12 rights reserved by the state for parents with regards to their child. Such enumerated rights would include, but not be limited to, the right to direct the education and care of the parent's child, and the right to direct the upbringing and moral or religious training of the parent's child. And during this discussion, Mr. Chair, I've heard the following from the opponents. Affirming a parent's right to those things undermines the critical thinking of our children. It eliminates conversations between parents and their children. It undermines the relationship between parents and their children. It hurts teachers. That this bill is not in the best interest of students and families. That it creates an adversarial relationship between parents and teachers. I spent over 20 years in public education, and I can't tell you the number of times or the amount of time we spend as a staff trying to figure out how to get parents engaged in their children's education, because we know that that's critical to the success of that student. The good teachers in my school would welcome the opportunity to provide any material, any survey, any questionnaire, any resource, any book that's been read in that classroom. They would welcome the opportunity to provide that to any parent who made that request. So it begs the question, whose children are they? Are they the schools? Are they the establishment, or are they parents? It's all this bill does. This bill would have been common sense not too long ago. And here it is this undermining parents' rights or the establishment's rights? I just want to thank the opponents for making the case for the need for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I'd like to go back to the questions and issues that were raised. I think some of them were more comments than questions, but I do want to address them. Certainly, anyone that's been in the classroom knows that you have to go with the flow. And so, you know what? As a high school teacher, I did that when the sheriff's department knocked on the door of my classroom, walked in and asked a student to stand up, and they said, announce to the student and to the rest of the class that we're arresting you for attempted second-degree murder. Let me tell you, that put a real pause in our introduction to theater class. They handcuffed her. There were 6 officers in our classroom, and they escorted her down the hall and out the building. For the other freshmen in the class, it was pretty traumatic. They didn't know what the heck was going on. Was this some theater experience that they were to respond to, or was it real life? And it was real life. So as a faculty member, did I adjust what was going to happen for the rest of that class period? Absolutely. But the Friday before, I did have to turn in my lessons plans for my 6 different course preps, which included what we were going to do every single day, what support materials we were going to use, what textbooks, and that was all in addition to what I had provided already to parents, to students, and to my administration as far as the course syllabus that did require me to identify which chapters of textbooks we were going to use, when exams would occur, when quizzes would occur, and how that was all to be met out for the semester. One of those courses that I taught was concurrent enrollment, so I had to provide that material and make sure that we were also following the semester schedule that was identified by Fort Scott Community College. So what does a teacher do? A teacher thinks through the semester, identifies what support materials they're going to use, creates those lesson plans. So, you know, essentially if someone is absent that day, the substitute can continue, can carry on. But also, all of those were to be tethered to learning objectives for the courses that I was teaching. Now, did that mean that once the student was arrested and escorted out of the class that, sorry students, we're going to get right back to scene design? No, it didn't. It meant we addressed the situation at the time, because I can assure you, I learned this when I was getting my teacher's licensure, and it's something I know to be true. I've heard it from every teacher I've ever talked to. A parent's #1 concern about their child when they're away from home and they're in school is my child safe? Second concern is my child learning? But #1 concern is my child safe. And so that's what I tended to, because from an emotional standpoint, those freshman students were scared out of their wits. So did I adjust the lesson? I did. But guess what else I did? Every one of those parents in that class received an email from me to notify them this is what had happened. Didn't name the student by name, just said, a student in our class today, you might want to have a conversation with your child, or please notice if there's any difference in their mood, in their emotion, and if so, let's make sure that they get an opportunity to meet with the counselors. At that point in time, we weren't partnering with CMHCs. But to say that this Parent Bill of Rights is going to prevent teachers, faculty members from pre-K to seniors in high school, whether they're taking AP courses or the lowest Common Core math course. Does that mean that that teacher cannot deviate? Absolutely not. But there is an expectation that there will be ongoing communication with parents, that students are having difficulty with this particular section, so we're not going to have this exam on Tuesday. We're delaying it another few days. That type of communication. This does not hamstring teachers. I believe it's the opportunity for teachers to show what I know, show what I'm doing, let parents be excited about some of the innovative things we're doing in the classroom. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was something mentioned earlier as far as surveys showing that parents support this bill. My question is, what particular survey are we talking about?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I never said that. I don't know who said that. I can't speak to that.
Senator from Johnson.
I do believe it was mentioned earlier by somebody in support of the bill that surveys from parents indicate that this bill is supported by parents. I do know there was a survey done recently in regard to this type of language. Incidentally, of the people that were pooled that responded to that survey, only 43% of them had a child or grandchild in a public school. And of that group, only 23% of them voiced concerns about what children were learning. So even that particular survey, which seemed to speak to this issue, is not a pool of people that have children in public schools necessarily. There's so many different issues with this bill that are concerning. And at the heart of it too, the whole issue of making sure that more items are put online in these portals. You know, I hear a lot of people talking about problems with kids and adults spending too much time on their screens, too much screen time, too much social media time. It seems odd to me that we would push a bill that adds to that more screen time and less actual engagement between people. And you know, there's something else going on here when we talk about that partnership of parents with our public schools. Yeah, parents know their children and they have great ideas, but parents need partners. And that's what our public school provides, partners in helping us help form our children and help them grow and help them learn, especially new parents. I know when my firstborn came along, I had no idea about some of the services that were available and some of the things in our community. That's where the public schools have helped out so many parents. I am especially troubled by the generic language and very general language in here about vaccines. Our society has benefited from wellness visits and vaccines. In fact, 9 out of 10 parents support those vaccines. And again, the wording in this bill is somewhat concerning as far as it's very general and brings the potential for litigation in terms of challenges to vaccine statutes, and frankly exacerbates our teacher shortage. Our teachers need to feel protected in the public schools. It's just another area where people are ahead of the politics on immunizations, because we can pass all the bills we want with economic development, forward-thinking things to try to bring people here. But when we are so far out of step with the needs of the people and what they want, we might as well hang up a sign that says we're closed for business. So I will not be supporting this bill, and I urge the body to vote no. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, would you like to respond?
No, but thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been an interesting discussion to listen to and try to follow along some of the statements in the bill. I think it's a bit confusing because when we talk about the Parents' Bill of Rights, some of them seem very clearly to belong to the parents of every child in this state, and some to be more directed to those children who are in public schools. So I think that there's a little going in back and forth. The initial ones belong more to the Bill of the Rights from the parents, and the other address what might be happening in the public school. I also want to thank the senator from Sedgwick Senator Fausto for pointing out the part of the bill that talks about challenging the material or education benefit of any book, magazine, or other material available to students in the library. I absolutely agree that there should be policies that direct those challenges. The thing that I'm concerned about this is that it goes on to say, such that a successful challenge results in the removal of the book, magazine, or material from the school. I think that leaves out the opportunity for challenges that we have some gifted students that this material is not necessarily appropriate for, and a request that additional materials be added to that library. Perhaps it could be a successful challenge that says this issue is being discussed and we'd like to see alternative ways of looking at it, so that's addressed. So I hope as this moves through that we do recognize that there are other ways to improve materials in our libraries, and I would keep challenges open to all of those. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, would you like to respond?
Well, the mention was made with regard to if there was an objection, a successful challenge resulted in the removal, but there's also the unsuccessful challenge where the materials stay in the library, and we know that that certainly has occurred within our state. But at this time, I am willing, Mr. Chair, to relinquish the floor for the senator from Sedgwick also.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's good to be here today. I have just a couple questions for the senator from Miami.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank you for all the work the Education Committee did on this. It's a mammoth amount of work to get it all put together, and plus to convince everybody that we're on the right track, and I think we are on the right track. But in this particular bill, the word parent is really important. Is there a definition for parent? Because where do foster parents and grandparents and uncles and aunts that fill in as far as their rights?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The definition for parent does appear in other areas of education legislation. We didn't define it here, but with regard to the foster parents, they do, of course, maintain that confidentiality with the child that's in foster care. But during the time that they are, the foster child is in their home, they serve as that surrogate parent. Absolutely. They make sure, and actually, in many cases, you know, it really isn't the state that's providing the support. We know it might be a kinship foster. It might be someone that's from the other side of the state that's fostering them. Some of them only receive $10 a day, so they absolutely supplement the support for the child. But that's one of the reasons that we've made such an effort to include in other pieces of legislation that foster children are eligible for these opportunities, such as being able to earn concurrent enrollment and things like that, so that foster parents are able to get them enrolled, and that the community colleges or technical colleges provide that continuity even if the child is moved to a different foster home. So I would say that the foster parent serves as that interim parent is filling in while the child is in state custody, but they certainly are responsible for overseeing those educational opportunities. I will say that that's one issue that has been a real struggle for us. I think the foster care report card has helped such, but we know that kids have been moved from their own home to a foster home, and it might be several weeks before the school records are transferred so that the children can actually begin their education. So we know in that context, the foster parents are actually absolutely serving as advocates for these foster children.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for that explanation. At this time, I said I would like to offer an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
Yes?
Do you have the number?
It's 3843.
If you can wait until it is handed out. Senator from Sedgwick, would you like to have your amendment read, or would you like to explain it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to explain it. Actually, in the bill, the use of the word "be informed of" in pages 1 and 2 is referred to a couple of times, and I thought it was a little excessive because parents and teachers don't need to be informed. They're got a bundle of information all the time, and so it just seemed to me that was a little bit. That might remove that, might de-emphasize that some. But the real emphasis is on line 30 and 31 on the first page on line 6. It says the right to make health care and medical decisions for such child. And then the following words are, including the right to make decisions regarding vaccinations and immunizations. In that first sentence, aren't you already doing that? The right to make health care and medical decisions for such child is telling you have a jurisdiction over immunization. So that's why I deleted, including the right to make decisions regarding vaccinations and immunizations. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I believe I fully understand the amendment of striking all on line 31 and 32, but could the carrier of the amendment further explain the purpose of the first and third changes?
Senator from Sedgwick.
It was it's just a observation, actually, to be informed. It was you're either, I thought we were saturated information, it's just kind of an excessive use of the word. No particular beyond that.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the concern, I guess, about repetition at this point in time. I really don't think, in knowing what has happened prior with regard to vaccinations and immunizations, I don't know that I'm ready to say it certainly wasn't the will of the committee to strike any of those or make those changes. So at this point in time, I will not support this amendment.
Senator from Sedgwick, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to improve the bill so I can support it. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further amendments for on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to stand up in support of this, and in particular of this change on line 2 by striking the words "be informed of" and, because I think then it would leave it that parents have the ability to inspect materials activities, but it does not put the same onus on the school district to inform them of every activity. I think this is a good amendment.
Are there any further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the carrier of the amendment. Would he stand for a question?
He's standing.
Thank you. I would ask that with this amendment, it would still allow the right for vaccinations and immunization because that's considered health care. Would that be correct?
Senator from Sedgwick.
That's correct.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think this harms the bill or the intent of healthcare. Just wanted to make sure that that was the intent of the carrier. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have any further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only intent was to make it better. So that's where we're at. And I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We are now back on the bill. Do we have any further questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the discussion that we have had on the Senate floor. I think that when we have bills that are introduced in either the House or the Senate, when we have hearings, when we work the bills in committee, when we bring them above the line for floor debate, it is with regard to focusing on helping solve problems. And what we do know is that inconsistently throughout our state, information isn't being provided for parents. Parents haven't had the opportunity to speak politely to school boards. They've been shut out. And I think it puts squarely into play what are the rights and responsibilities of parents. I would disagree that if you don't have a child in a school, then you don't have a say in policy, that you don't have a say in what happens in your community schools. Because if we're going to go so far as that, then if you don't have a child or a grandchild in a school, are we going to say, well, then you don't have to pay taxes? No, we know that's not true. In fact, we know that more than 50% of our taxes from the state go directly to our public schools. This is simply codifying. This is what I started from the very beginning of the discussion on Senate Bill 496. This is codifying into law what are the responsibilities and rights of parents in raising their children, in making medical decisions, in making moral and religious decisions, in making those education decisions. And quite frankly, it dovetails perfectly with the bill that we heard before when the carrier from Shawnee brought to us that discussion about that opportunity for parents to determine if perhaps there was a different district that might be better in serving the needs of their child. So I will say, Mr. Chair, that I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 496 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Wait a minute.
Senator from Miami, would you like to add as amended?
I certainly do. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 496 as amended favorably for passage.
You all have heard the as amended motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 484. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fairness in women's sports. The title of this act says it all. It is about fairness for women to have equal opportunities in sports. Section 2 of the bill states, athletic teams or sports designated for females, women, or girls shall not be open to students of the male sex. Why? Because it is indisputable that when it comes to sports, biological men have a physiological, hormonal, and chromosomal advantage over biological women. It is irrefutable that the 20-fold boost in testosterone that occurs during male puberty gives biological boys an advantage in power generation, aerobic power, body composition, fuel utilization, and economy of motion. They have greater lean body mass, larger hearts, higher cardiac outputs, larger hemoglobin mass, larger VO2 max, both in absolute terms and scaled to lean body mass, greater glycogen utilization, and higher anaerobic capacity. Study shows this leads to biological boys jumping 25% higher, throwing 25% further, running 11% faster, accelerating 20% faster, punching 30 to 162% harder, and being 30% stronger than biological girls. A 2016 comparison of high school boys and Olympic women's finalists in track and field and swimming confirms what science already tells us. In the 100 meter, 200 meter, 400 meter, and 800 meter, 400 meter hurdles, in which the boys' hurdles are higher, and the high jump, quote, none of the women's final performances met the qualifying time or distance to enter the high school boys competition. In several events in swimming, the same held true. Olympic women would not have qualified for many of the events. In addition, in the 400 meter freestyle, the top woman Olympic finalist set a new world record. She wouldn't have even medaled in the high school boys competition. She would have come in fourth behind two 16-year-olds and one 18-year-old boy. In the 100 meter breaststroke, again, the top female set an Olympic record. She would have come in ninth in the boys' meet. The overall medal count for all swimming competition would have been 16 gold, 16 silver, 15 bronze for the high school boys, and 1 bronze for the Olympic women. These are but a few examples. In previous debates on this floor, I've shared Kansas-specific examples from KSHA. I could go on, but I won't. The science and evidence are overwhelming. Biological girls deserve the same opportunities to compete and excel in athletics as biological boys. With that, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have several questions if the carrier of the bill will stand for them.
She is standing.
Okay. First of all, this bill is about fairness for women's sports, correct?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct.
Senator from Finney.
I'm going to cut all the nonsense and get right to it. I have an amendment, and it's 3692 turned in.
Okay, you've turned it in. If you'll give us a minute till it's distributed.
This.
Senator from Finney, would you like to have your amendment read, or would you like to explain it?
Oh, I can't explain it. I'd like to have it read.
The reader would read. Please read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 484 on page 1 in line 10 by striking elementary or.
Senator from Finney.
So if this is a fairness in sports, and I think the carrier of the bill did say that the advantage that a biological male has comes when they get puberty. I was an elementary teacher for quite some time. I didn't see a lot of first and second graders with a lot of hair on their face or under their arms or anything. I think that, in fact, then I heard another carrier of a bill earlier today talked about bullying. You know, I think when we have I think that all comes together with this. So I'll stand for questions on this. It's pretty elementary, isn't it?
Senator from Sedgwick, would you like to respond or have a question for the carrier of the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would. First of all, as far as why elementary is included in this bill, for a couple of reasons. One, every school district sets their own grade configurations, meaning what is elementary or middle school or high school in one district may not be the same for another district. For example, for many years, I don't know if they still do, Derby had a separate sixth grade center. In some school districts, sixth grade is in elementary. In another school district, they have a fifth, sixth grade center and a 7-8 center. Elementary is not as clear cut as what we might think. So that's one reason. The other reason is there is another state that has a similar law that only specifies middle and high school. And what has happened, there's a pending court case in which a student was participating in an intramural sport in the 4th and 5th grade, identifying as a trans student, participating on the opposite sex team, got to middle school and was told, oh, now you can't. And the parent said, that's not fair. So for consistency in application, for consistency in grade level configuration, that is why it includes elementary, and that's why I'll oppose this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, reading this bill, it is very clear that we want fairness in sports so we don't impede a female, biological female, from getting a college scholarship. I don't believe in the 3rd and 4th grade we're competing for scholarships. Secondly, this just goes to show that, you know, I think the state legislature, this is completely out of our realm, but, you know, we've argued that last year. This is KSHA, and to give the body credit, KSHA has kind of dropped the ball on this one. But if this is truly about fairness for women's sports, I watch young people playing soccer, basketball, sports, t-ball, whatever you want, and I see guys and girls competing against each other, and they don't know. They're just out having fun. They haven't learned yet that, you know, score matters. So in my mind, you know, we talked earlier about bullying. This is nothing but bullying when we go that young. That would be my response, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I appreciate the amendment from the good senator and the intent behind it. I would like to flesh out a little scientific information in regards to it. You know, last year I was kind enough to give each and every one of you this nice article from Sports Medicine that was actually in its pre-publishment stage. It was subsequently published in February of 2021. So this article is kind of a compilation of all studies scientifically related to transgender athletes and both normal and abnormal physiology associated with the differences between men and women and boys and girls. And I do think it's important for us all to take into consideration that a baby in the womb they're all the same from a sex standpoint until about day 40. And that's when the Y chromosome kicks in, and you start having gene expression and the development of testosterone and all the hormones that start to develop a boy into a boy and differentiate that from a girl. So the testosterone effect actually starts in utero. And from there, we move up, and this is in this article I gave you all, and I'd be happy to give each of you another copy, just let me know. But it refers to studies that were done in Greece where they looked at thousands and thousands of 6-year-old boys and 6-year-old girls, studied muscle strength, speed, etc. And even then, even at 6 years of age, the males were faster, stronger, quicker, all the parameters. And it was quite dramatic, you know, from 10% to 17%. So, you know, you even see that hormonal effect by 6 years of age. By the time kids get to 9, there's a very good study that came out of Australia actually, where they compared the 9-year-old males and females, and again, the boys were 10% faster over short sprints, 16.6% faster over a mile, and could jump 10% further. So that continued to carry over to the 9-year-olds. And so scientifically, the difference goes way beyond just puberty. It starts in utero and progresses through even the elementary age kids. I think the bill is incredibly well written, where it has the 3 categories, and I think it dovetails the elementary years through the high school years. So again, basically in short, I do feel that the difference anatomically is there early on. Your refinement of skill set in regards to a particular sport might not be there, but I think the bill is well written as is, and as such, I will not support the amendment, and I'd encourage the body to follow suit. Thank you.
Senator from Finney.
I appreciate that from the senator from Reno, but this bill is about fairness for women's sports. And so, you know, and I don't know what happened in Australia, and I don't know what happened in Greece, but when I was teaching one time in elementary PE, I saw a kindergarten girl long jump 15 feet. I mean, I couldn't believe it. 15 feet, this little kindergarten. Now, her brother ends up going to Sydney, Australia, and jumping in the Olympics, but I was just blown away. This girl went 15 feet. So if this is about fairness of sports, are we talking about winning and losing, or are we talking about fairness in sports? I get it with high school athletics. I get it. I understand. I don't get it. I understand it. But with elementary kids, is it about winning and losing? I cannot rationalize in any way that this isn't doing nothing but throwing shade on a subset of people in elementary school. And that's something that, you know, I had 2 students when I was teaching school that committed suicide. You know, walking in that classroom and seeing that seat there empty. Both of them happened to sit in the front row, 2 different schools. Had 2 other ones that tried. They were sent away for some period of time. Kids got it tough. I mean, the suicide rate. So when I talk to doctors, talk to psychologists, I have a real good friend that's a psychologist at Strawberry Hill in Kansas City, Missouri. We talked about this bill. He could care less about anything else. He says, John, these people are vulnerable. And if they are starting to get bullied, because this has nothing to do with fairness of sports in elementary school. It has everything to do with winning and losing. So, you know, with all due respect to the senator from Reno, I don't doubt. I mean, the guy's a doctor. Hell, I was a PE teacher. I don't know anything about that stuff. But I don't see how this is a fairness to sport issue with elementary kids.
Are there any other questions for the senator from Finney? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate the sentiment and the comments, and there's been a lot of discussion around this. What makes this bill fair is Section 2 that says, if you're going to have a team, if you're going to have intramural or interscholastic or a school-sponsored team, you simply have to designate it male, female, or co-ed or mixed. Nothing prohibits having mixed teams. Nothing prohibits a PE classroom for having boys and girls participate in a soccer match. Nothing prohibits that, but if you're going to have a competitive team, you must designate it as one of those three. And I believe that that's fair, and I believe that that's appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you. The good senator from Sedgwick might have hit the nail on the head why it bothers me, and it just came to me. This is more government regulations. This is more government stuff because we have to designate this. We can't let some little league team with their sports guy, their rec center, saying we're going to have soccer with third and fourth graders. Now it's got to be soccer, and we're going to have elementary soccer, co-ed, or boys or girls. So, you know, less governs best in my mind. I don't see why we have to put designations on any of this with elementary kids.
Any further questions for the senator from Finney on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. That motion fails. We are now back on the bill. Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have another amendment. It's 3693.
Have you turned it in?
Yes, I have.
If you'll give us a minute to distribute it.
You don't need it. I'll tell you what it is. What it does is it cuts out colleges and everything like that. It has no chance of, don't waste your time going up and getting it.
Senator from Finney, would you like to have your amendment read or would you like to explain it?
This one I can probably explain because it's a lot simpler to explain than the last one.
You may proceed.
Just like, in my opinion, KSHA, this is not a job for the legislature, this is a job for KSHA. And I would admit that I believe KSHA dropped the ball on this. This one here, what this amendment would do would take, I'll call it any time that we're dealing with interstate. You know, intrastate and interstate are two complete different things. Most of our universities, our junior colleges, NAIA schools are dealing with interstate. So in my opinion, in my mind, this again is overreach by the state legislature. And for us that truly believe less government's best government and don't want government overreach, I think you'd support this amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I appreciate the good senator bringing this. However, this strikes at the heart of the scholarship opportunities that we're talking about. This is where the culmination of all the years of preparation and practice and training for these biological female athletes comes to fruition, is when they hopefully achieve and are awarded a collegiate scholarship Many of them can't afford to go to college without this opportunity. It absolutely strikes at the heart of Title IX. And so for that, Mr. Chair, I will be opposing this amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. So now we're back to scholarships on this. Being a longtime coach and following it pretty closely, I always felt like scholarships were kind of determined when a kid was in high school. I think once they get to college, that scholarship has already been determined. If a student athlete is, and that's where NCAA has to come in rules with your looking for the nanomiles, right, Doc? Nanomiles. That's with testosterone levels and things like that. The NCAA has to come through. They haven't. That's obvious by what happened with that swimmer in Penn. But that's not our job again. We need to do our job, and our job as the state of Kansas, our job is not to try to put legislation so we're going to have, I understand where the good senator from Sedgwick's coming from on this. But nonetheless, because I see somebody raising their kid differently than what I think they should be raising doesn't give me the right to go in there and try to tell that kid how to do it. If a state is doing something that we don't agree with, that doesn't give us the right to go into that state and tell them how to do it. What we got to worry about is our state and what we do and what is fair and what is not fair. I will support the underlying bill, but I have a hard time believing that this has nothing to do with college scholarships. Those are won and lost at the high school and club level. It has nothing to do with once you get into college.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will respectfully disagree with that. In fact, when I went and played basketball at the University of Kansas as a freshman, we had a walk-on for our team, didn't have a scholarship, worked hard, was red-shirted, by her second year, did earn a scholarship. Not all students are awarded a scholarship straight out of high school. And there are multiple examples of students walking on, working hard, and earning a scholarship after they've arrived at the collegiate level. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Finney.
I would agree with that statement, but what I'd ask the good senator from Sedgwick County, has any transgender done that?
Senator from Sedgwick.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Chair, if the good senator would repeat the question.
Senator from Finney.
I understand that what she stated, and I agree with it. I've seen it that multiple times when someone comes and earns their scholarship. Once they're there, they work hard and they get it. But I've seen it quite a lot. I coached at the collegiate level. Seen it there. But I can't ever recall a transgender that came in and got a scholarship because of their hard work and such. I think they were pretty much put in a box already.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. Chair, is there a question?
Senator from Finney.
Well, I didn't really have a question. I guess I was just kind of making a statement.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to these amendments, I find them insulting. So the first one's pretty much insinuating that a girl under the age of 5th grade shouldn't be allowed to fair competition. I can tell you I was very competitive all through elementary school and wanted that opportunity, and all girls should have that opportunity. And then I continued to be competitive in somewhat silly college intramural opportunities. I played on all women intramurals, and I also chose to do co-ed intramurals. And I still enjoy that opportunity to be competitive. And when it was co-ed intramurals, it was a very different ball game. And I just knew, I mean, there's just certain things, playing basketball co-ed, that you can't do. And it's, quite frankly, it's not nearly as fun as a woman because it's just a different kind of competitive landscape. But I knew what I was signing up for. I was also able to play football, basketball. There's multiple intramurals. And I wanted, all any girl wants is still the opportunity to be able to compete with other women in a fair space. Thank you.
Senator from Finney, would you like to respond?
And I would agree with the senator from Shawnee. But when she was talking about that, I'm wondering if she's talking about when she was in 4th grade and younger. I don't, you know, I agree with it, high school and college, that there's a mass difference, huge difference. But I still don't see it. I mean, my gosh, I got a degree in elementary PE. I've seen it a lot. So,
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I do hate to stand and contradict the good senator from Finney, but I think the perfect example of what he brought up earlier is the swimmer at Penn. That person was on the men's swimming team, went on to the women's swimming team, by default had to displace a woman from the team, or at least from competing, maybe not off the team, I don't know the precise circumstances, and would have rendered that person not good enough to compete. And that's painful, that's real painful. And you know, my daughter, having gone to Yale, she constantly gives me current feedback as to what's going on there now. And there's more of this in the queue fixing to happen at Yale. And I'd also throw in the new transfer portal that's becoming a big part of college athletics. That makes these athletes very, very mobile, and in this situation, very at risk for losing positions to transgender individuals. Thank you.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree completely with the senator from Reno. That's unfair, it's wrong, and that's why the NCAA needs to step up and do their job. I'm not saying they should compete. In fact, I'm saying they shouldn't, in my opinion, you know, unless there's certain requirements met. But I don't think they should at a high school level unless certain requirements are met. I'm just saying it's not our job. We're trying to big boy people, and that's not who we are. That's not what we do. We're a state legislature. We're not a parliament where we have overall rule over everything. We're supposed to stay in our lane. To me, this bill gets us out of our lane. There's not a lot I disagree with in this bill. I just don't say this is our bill. This is KSHA. If they're not doing that job, we need to find out. Somebody said, I heard a person tell me last year, they just don't trust KSHA. And I gave them an example back in the day when I was coaching. If my point guard was screwing up, this two guard would come over and says, well, coach, I had to do that because he's not doing his job. And I said, yeah, now I'm wasting time correcting you and him. What we're doing is something that we shouldn't be doing here. We're wasting our time, we're wasting our taxpayers' money on this bill because this isn't our job. This is KSHA's job, this is the NCAA's job, this is not our job.
Are there any further questions for the senator from Finney on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. That motion failed. We are now back on the bill. Any further questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a few questions here, and this is for the carrier of the bill. Do athletic policies vary from school district to school district?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, they can.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And do KSHA's rules and regulations trump state laws?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, they do not.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And do KSHA rules and regulations trump individual school district policies?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Schools who are under or want to participate in KSHA-sanctioned activities must follow their rules and regulations.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what would determine whether a school is a sanctioned school with the Kansas High School Activities Association?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They volunteer to participate in that organization under those rules.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe it's my understanding that we actually have accredited private schools, non-accredited private schools, AKA homeschools, that are actually treated differently under KSHA rules and regulations. They're not necessarily treated differently under state law because they're both considered private, one accredited, one non-accredited. So if accredited private schools are allowed to compete against public schools in Kansas, why would we not allow non-accredited private school students to participate in those same activities?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just referring back to this bill does not address that issue.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. However, does this bill address who participates in athletic activities?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, based on biological sex, not status of whether it's accredited, non-accredited, private or public.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this bill does address the Kansas High School Activities Association in the role of determining who can participate in those activities, correct?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, as it pertains to biological sex and whether biological males should be able to participate on biological females' teams.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the mother of 3 daughters, I have an amendment today. I would move to, well, let me just give you the number here, number 3770.
Have you turned it in?
Yes, I have.
Okay, if you can give us a moment to hand it out. Senator from Barton, would you like to have your amendment read, or would you like to explain it?
I can explain it. It's fairly simple. On page 1 of the bill, in line 21, after C, we would insert athletic teams or sports sponsored by a public elementary or secondary school shall permit students who are residents of the school district to participate on such team or in such sport, notwithstanding the student not being enrolled in such school district.
Any questions on the amendment? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Mr. Chair, I'm just, with no disrespect intended, I'm going to challenge germaneness on this particular amendment.
Germaneness has been challenged. Senate will stand at ease while the Rules Committee convenes sidebar to address the germaneness of this amendment. On the question of germaneness, the chair recognizes the Rules Committee Chair, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Rules Committee rules the amendment non-germane. It would introduce an independent question, and would change the purpose, scope of the bill.
The Rules Committee has ruled that this amendment is non-germane. We are now back on the bill. Questions for the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not quite finished yet. So this bill would actually, in Section 2, under C, it directly states the Kansas State High School Activities Association shall adopt rules and regulations for its member schools for the implementation of this section. So in KSHA rules, let me just pull up the Kansas State High School Activities Association student eligibility. There is a laundry list of eligibility rules listed here, including age requirements, physical examination, enrollment and attendance at the member school that they are enrolled at. There's also transfer requirements. Let me go down here. They cannot participate in outside competitions with in the same sport at the same time that they're participating in those extracurricular competitive sports within the high school activities associations. And there's even season times, times when students are eligible to participate in those sports. So we allow the Kansas High School Activities Association to set all of these rules and regulations concerning the requirements of, they determine who can participate and how they participate in our extracurricular activities. But it seems that just for this one portion, we're not allowing the High School Activities Association to decide the rules and regulations. So the legislature is the lawmaking body here. And if we are going to tell the high school activities associations what to do concerning boys and girls sports, then we need to get the law straight and not say that independent school districts have the ability to determine their own athletic policies, because our independent school districts really don't have local control. They are at the mercy of the Kansas High School Activities Association that provides no accountability to the public or parents like myself that have 3 daughters in a non-accredited private school. I could argue all day about this, but I do support the bill. I do support fairness in girls' sports. I just wish that we could extend it to all girls, notwithstanding if they're in private accredited, private non-accredited, public. I don't care where you go to school. There should be some fairness for all students and all girls in sports. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, were you wanting to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would thank the Senator from Barton for bringing this issue up. I'm not necessarily opposed to the points she is making. I would be happy to work with her on perhaps finding some common ground, just not within the confines of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this whole thing, we're talking about fairness in sports, basically. So we have a student athlete that wants to go through a transition, but still wants to compete. That would be a fair statement. Is that right? To the carrier of the bill.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not catch the last part of that. A student athlete who's transitioning and wants to compete. I'm sorry, what was the last of that?
Senator from Finney.
If during their transition, because I talked to a number of doctors, a transition can go from anywhere from 1 year to 3 years. if the person has transgendered into where their nanomoles are at below 20% of the biological females, that this athlete, the student athlete, could compete in a transgender, could compete in women's athletics.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Senator from Ford for clarifying that and repeating that. Testosterone suppression is only one part of this puzzle. Testosterone suppression, at first, the NCAA and the IOC said 1 year. 1 year is enough to say we're good. Found out that did not make the difference they thought it would. So then they said, you have to be on hormone or testosterone suppression for 2 years. And that's been the current rule. Now they're saying, well, that's not quite enough to lower it down enough. So now they're looking at 3 years and beyond. Regardless, testosterone suppression alone does not change skeletal architecture. It doesn't change wingspan. It just doesn't change height. It doesn't change all of the other physiological advantages that biological boys have over biological girls.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please understand that I'm basically talking about high school people who'd be in occasion, because I don't think we have any business talking about NCAA stuff at all. So what I'm talking about here deals with 13, 14, 15-year-old that transitions from their biological birth to the other sex. And there's tests that they can take, blood tests that they can take. And with that, I have an amendment, and this amendment is, I have it turned in, it's 3821.
Thank you, Senator. We will, if you'll give us a minute to pass it out.
This is it, man. I got to, just got to, whip the pony. Okay, thanks, Jason. I'm going to need some. That's 1 billion.
Yeah, a nanomole is 1 millionth of a mole. It's like how many molecules you have in 1 gram of substance. So we're talking very small amount.
Yeah, okay.
Senator from Finney, would you like to have your amendment read, or would you like to explain it?
Well, I believe I can explain it. What we're talking about here is we're getting into the biological aspect of it. And a nanomole is 1 billionth. You put a dot in front of like 8 zeros, and then you have a 9. And that's the molecules, the testosterone, that's involved in this biological aspect. With normal males, the nanomoles is between 10 and 35. What this bill would do is if a person is, then during their conversion, they get a blood test, and if they test at 10 or below for 1 year, they still got to be out for 1 year, they would be able to compete in high school athletics. And that's the essence of this amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just a couple of comments. As was stated before, testosterone isn't the only factor at play here. It doesn't change any of the muscular system. It doesn't change any of the skeletal system. And in fact, there's a meta-analysis study that I won't read all of this, but basically athletes, male athletes, have a 10 to 50% performance advantage. The data shows, and this is in regard to testosterone suppression, the data shows strength, lean body mass, muscle size, and bone density are only trivially affected with testosterone suppression. There are also over 3,000 genes that contribute to muscle differences between human males and females. Testosterone suppression doesn't address that. Joanna Harper, who's a trans athlete and researcher at one of the world's top institutes in sports research, states this: there's absolutely no question in my mind that trans women will maintain strength advantages even after hormone therapy. That's based on my clinical experience rather than published data, but I would say there's zero doubt in my mind. Testosterone suppression might lessen the advantage, but it by no means makes it a level playing field.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those studies that she cited, could you give me the age groups that was studied? I'm just having a hard time seeing 13-year-olds that are transitioning that have this huge mass of testosterone level. I just don't see it. So could you give me the age group of this test studies?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the data is inconclusive because there hasn't been a large study group. However, researchers have said that testosterone suppression, even before puberty, does not negate the height advantage, the skeletal advantage, the wingspan advantage, the hand size advantage found in biological men or biological boys over biological girls.
Senator from Finney.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment deals with that you would have to be below the top 20% to get in there. I can't help but see this as just throwing shade at a group of people, especially high school kids that are vulnerable. It saddens me that the suicide rate among kids like this is astronomical. And I know what athletics can do for a kid's for his self-esteem, how it can make a kid turn around in the classroom, how it can make a kid feel good about himself. And so every kid that we can get to compete, to not even compete, to come out for athletics, to be with a group is going to be beneficial. And I could throw you 1,000 statistics on what an athlete, how he performs in a classroom better than the other ones. I could tell you statistics, I could tell you from real life that when an athlete is there. So what I'm trying to do is find any way that we can to help kids, regardless of who they are, what they want to be. And athletics is a vehicle to do that. To college athletics, that's a whole different. College sports is so much different than high school sports, it's ridiculous. What we're doing here, by throwing shade at kids, by not allowing them, saying you cannot do this because of this, my mind is so wrong. It saddens me.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. Again, I'm not interested in debating the emotional side of that. I'm going to present this more from a scientific standpoint. The problem with testosterone levels are multiple. The problems with testing are multiple. They started back in 1968. The IOC tested all women. They used chromatin testing. That's a DNA analysis. It proved to be flawed and proved to cause problems. They moved from there to our beloved PCR test, looking for the SYR chromosome. And that too proved to be a problematic way to define male and female. And really what this amounts to, what testosterone levels amount to, is just the third in line of a test that's going to ultimately fail. And the good senator from Sedgwick is right. You know, there are good studies out. Again, referring back to that article I gave you all last year. They've looked at multiple groups of transgender women, and it always comes back to the fact that 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, a lot of this advantage, a dramatic part of this advantage, is permanent. And again, that gets back to the intent of the bill. The intent of the bill is not to hurt somebody else. And in fact, I think that's well described in the co-ed category. It would be great for these folks to participate in co-ed or even participate on the boys division. There's still, the opportunity is still there for everybody in this bill. But the scientific reality is that the anatomical and physiological advantage is permanent. Thank you.
Senator from Finney.
No, I'm not going to argue with the good doctor. And I think we're looking at this a whole different way. I just want to read a text I just got. It's kind of cool. It says, "You are no conservative. You are disgraceful. Fighting for all kids is disgraceful, then I'm disgraceful."
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I appreciate this amendment, my concern also goes out to those few but existing students who are not given a determination of biological sex at birth. So if this goes on, I would need some help understanding if some of those individuals may be transgender, but I think with just a little wordsmithing, we could make this a way to help students both who are transitioning, but also who have never declared a biological sex to participate in sports.
Senator from Finney, would you like to respond? Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I would like to say that I appreciate the good senator from Finney's debate points and appreciate his time, his effort, his energy, and his emotion. And I would like to go on the record saying that the only thing disgraceful today was his description of the nanomole. He stole that. That was plagiarism. But I'm going to forgive him under these circumstances. Thank you.
Senator from Finney, would you like to respond?
Well, I'm guilty. Guilty.
Are there any further questions for the senator from Finney on his amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. That amendment fails. We are now back on the bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions, if the carrier would answer.
She will.
Currently, how many transgender students are currently enrolled in Kansas schools?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know.
Senator from Johnson.
Okay, can you tell me how many transgender students that are currently enrolled are in athletic programs?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not aware that that data exists.
Senator from Johnson.
Actually, I think there are 7 students in the state of Kansas, one of those being in high school. We're not sure if they are actually participating, but they did fill out a ks application. So does this bill apply to private schools as well?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No.
Senator from Johnson.
Why not? If we care about equality in women's sports, why would we not want to do this in private schools as well as public schools and intramurals and clubs? Why do private schools get an exemption?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I spoke too quickly. If they compete against a school, then they are subject to this.
Senator from Johnson.
If they compete to a public school or if they compete with private schools?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If they are accredited, then they are subject to this bill.
Senator from Johnson.
Okay. How do you resolve challenges to a student's gender?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is determined through the ks.gov physical form before the season ever starts.
Senator from Johnson.
So doesn't the ks.gov form also talk about your preferred gender?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The ks.gov form is the physical form that is filled out by a physician.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you for that. So with regard to biological sex, what defines biological sex?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Biological sex includes the physiology, hormonal, chromosomal makeup of an individual.
Senator from Johnson.
And this is specified in the language of the bill?
Senator from Sedgwick.
The bill references biological sex.
Senator from Johnson.
Okay. So giving you a scenario, if a gender assigned at birth was male, they had surgeries to affirm male gender, but their physiological development continues towards sex characteristics associated with females. Would this person be eligible to participate in sports as a female?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure I'm following the question from the senator from Johnson.
Senator from Johnson.
I think this just determines that we do not have a great definition. We are still learning about biological differences at birth, but I will go on. So what happens when a cisgender girl's gender is challenged under this law?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under the way the bill is written and under ks.gov rules, I don't understand how that's an issue. That is determined from the physical form. There's a process currently where a student who wants to participate on the opposite team of their biological sex must inform ks.gov, must inform their local school district. So there's a process that deals with that before the sports or the activity starts.
Senator from Johnson.
I think we are opening the door for that could subject women to invasive tests or accusations of being too masculine or too strong, too good to be a real woman, but I will go on. Do you want trans boys on a girls' team?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that just proves that this is about fairness for women in sports. A biological woman who wants to compete against biological males does not have the same physiological advantages.
Senator from Johnson.
So I will take that we are treating girls differently than boys, and this is not about equality, but I will go on. You know, I appreciate the good senator from Marino. Last year when we debated this, he gave an article, and I appreciate he gave the same article in the Education Committee. And proponents of this legislation cite medical studies which while conveniently admitting that these are the same studies, emphatically denounce legislation such as this bill that we're debating today. Actually, a direct quote from the article: if transgender women are restricted within or excluded from female category of sport, the important question is whether or not this exclusion or conditional exclusion is necessary and proportionate to the goal of ensuring fair, safe, and meaningful competition. Regardless of what the future will bring in terms of revised transgender policies, it is clear that different sports differ vastly in terms of physiological determinants of success, which may create safety considerations and may alter the importance of retained performance advantages. Thus, we argue against universal guidelines for transgender athletes in sports and instead propose that each individual sport federation evaluate their own conditions for inclusivity, fairness, and safety. I actually just got a text that USA Swimming is adopting a new policy for elite transgender athletes, and it has a link to it. Also, I believe the NCAA is going to adopt rules of differing sports and national governing bodies. They don't need state legislation for this. You know, transgendered individuals are biologically transgendered. In the endocrine society, over the last few decades, there has been a rapid expansion of the understanding of gender identity, along with implications for care of transgender and gender diverse individuals. The good senator from Sedgwick talked about some of the studies that have been done on hormones. You know, I actually have a study from Harper's that talks about the depletion of metabolizing oxygen when on testosterone blockers. It's interesting she didn't mention that one. Like all athletes, transgender athletes are not a monolith, and they have a wide range of strength, size, and athletic ability. The assumption that a transgender woman and girls will have certain physical attributes or an inherent advantage over the other athletes is incorrect and dangerous. What's more dangerous is, we know, and the good senator from Finney addressed this, the mental and the likelihood for suicidal ideation. According to a survey from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, about 1.8% of high school students identify as transgender, and 35% of those reported that they had attempted suicide. I believe that sports give a sense of belonging. They teach you how to deal with people who are different than you. I have had many long car rides home after a soccer game where the outcome was not how my children wanted, and they had to learn teamwork, losing, and dealing with referees that may not agree with you. That's all part of the process. And the majority of transgender athletes, like cisgender athletes, never make it to an elite level. They just want to play and have fun with their friends, especially at school. Everyone's body is different, and we have no evidence at all that the average transgender girl is bigger, stronger, or faster than any other woman. A person's sex is made up of multiple biological characteristics, and they do not always align as typically male or female in any given person. People who are not trans can have hormone levels outside the typical range for a person's assigned sex. For example, a young person naturally occurring testosterone levels may not be reflective of their legal sex. Most men have XY chromosomes, most women have XX chromosomes. Some women however, have XY chromosomes, but an external female anatomy. From the 1960s to the 1990s, dozens of women were disqualified because of their XY chromosomal makeup. To say excluding women who are trans hurts all women. It encourages gender policing that can subject women to invasive tests or accusations of being too masculine, too strong, or too good to be a real woman. This legislation reinforces stereotypes that women are weak and in need of protection. This is not protecting women. It's about the exclusion of students from sports. Policing who is or isn't female is dangerous. It not only erects barriers for transgender athletes who want to compete consistent with their gender identity, but also cisgender women who may fall outside the stereotypical notions of femininity. Tall women, very masculine women, or women who choose to present in more masculine ways could be forced to undergo medical testing or be prevented from playing sports entirely. As a nation, we decided long ago that discrimination is wrong and that everyone should have the same opportunities to succeed in life, and that should include our transgender youth. Schools across the country know that transgender students, like any student, thrive when they're treated with dignity and respect. School officials should treat transgender female student as a girl between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. and then treat her like she's a boy when its sports practice starts. It's deeply hurtful to the student, and it disrupts the school's policy of treating all kids fairly. I will not stand in support of this legislation. Last year, I was censored on this floor as I read of the transgendered people who committed suicide because of bad policies like this. I won't do that again today. But when we pass legislation like this, we are telling our transgender community that they're not good enough to be in Kansas. We don't want them to participate, and they don't belong. And that is not the state that I want to be a part of, because they do belong. They are a part. And I will tell every transgender child out there that they have a place.
Senator from Sedgwick, do you want to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, again, we are talking about fairness for women's sports. There is a difference between gender identity and biological sex. No one is denying anyone's opportunity to identify and live their lives however they wish. When it comes to sports, there is a biological difference. As far as the intersex issue goes, they are protected under federal law. Nothing in this bill can or should change that. So unless the opposition is equating intersex with transgender, they're two totally different things. As far as bullying, we've heard a lot of accusations about that. And I agree there's bullying. There's bullying of the female athletes who are losing their spot unfairly to a biological male. I guess bullying, if it's against someone you don't agree with, is fine. But what about the mental health and the well-being of a biological girl who's trained all her life, like Rika Gayorga, who lost her spot in the NCAA championships to Leah Thomas? Is anyone concerned about her mental health and her well-being and her feeling bullied? Let's not forget, no one is denying anyone the opportunity to participate and compete in sports. We're asking it to be fair. Fair based on biological sex, the science, the physiology, the chromosomes, the hormones, the indisputable scientific fact that that's an unfair advantage. So I would just like to remind this body that the only ones who's going to be denied an opportunity to participate and compete are the Rika Gayorgas, who now she has nowhere to go to compete. Leah Thomas has 2 places to go currently. Who's being bullied? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, were you still standing?
I was, but I believe the senator from Shawnee was standing before me.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This probably would have been more appropriate when we were talking about KSHA, but I couldn't get up fast enough. So I do have an amendment on this bill. It's a very simple, easy amendment. It's 3841. It has been turned in.
If you will give us a minute to hand them out. Senator from Shawnee, would you like to have your amendment read, or would you like to explain it?
I think I can explain it it's pretty simple. So in this bill on page 2, section D, line 20, that begins to talk about civil actions that can be taken if someone in a 2-year time frame feels that some harm has been done to them, or they want to bring an action against an individual or a school or whatever. And we were talking about KSHA earlier, and it seems like it makes more sense to me, since we're talking about student athletes, that we just insert an adjudication between I've been harmed and go pay an attorney. Not that we don't love the attorneys in the chamber, but at this point, I think it would just make more sense that we insert a new section that just says that the association shall establish a board to hear complaints filed pursuant to this bill, and unless the claim or such action is based, unless the claim on which such action is based has been adjudicated by KSHA and they've investigated it thoroughly and made a determination, which determination would be final according to KSHA, then you can seek a legal remedy. So it just inserts KSHA in there as part of the adjudication process if someone feels they've been harmed. The reason I thought this was important is twofold. One, I think KSHA has a role to play in this, and that there may be times when they may not know all of the issues that are going on in districts, which at this point in time, I don't know that there are any, but going forward, thinking forward, that would be a good process for them to hear the complaints and be part of the problem solving and part of the solution. I said twofold, but I think that was it, actually.
Are there questions for the Senator from Shawnee on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
No, I appreciate the senator bringing this, and from what I can tell, I think it's a friendly amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The carry amendment stand for a question.
She's standing.
What does this amendment do to the underlying bill?
Senator from Shawnee.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, thank you. It just inserts an appeal process through KSHA before someone brings a civil suit, feeling that they've been harmed in some way.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
This is more bureaucracy, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Shawnee.
I didn't think so. I think it just allows KSHA to have a role in the process that we're debating today.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect to the carry amendment, KSHA already has a policy on this. To me, this is just a more undue bureaucratic silliness. I'll be opposing the amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Shawnee, would you like to respond? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if the carrier of the amendment could help me understand what relationship or authority the Kansas State High School Athletics Association would have with elementary schools or with post-secondary schools.
Senator from Shawnee.
They do not. This would simply be related to the secondary process.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm reading the amendment, and it says no action may be filed pursuant to this section by an elementary or secondary school or any student enrolled in an elementary or secondary school unless the claim on which such action is based has been adjudicated by the Kansas State High School Athletics Association.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you for that. I think the reviser, I need to phone a friend. May I?
You may.
I love our revisers. May I respond?
You may proceed.
This actually applies to what the Senator from Sedgwick was saying earlier about where sixth grade is. In some districts, it's in an elementary building, and it's considered part of an elementary school. And in some districts, sixth grade is in the middle school, which makes it secondary. So the elementary actually refers to those sixth graders. If they are competing, they would be under KSHA.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that answer, but it does say action be filed pursuant to this section. And perhaps we could make it more clear, but I understand those instances when it may affect a sixth grader.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question of the carrier of the amendment.
You may proceed.
Can you help me see the hole in the bill that necessitates the need for an organization to weigh in on what seems to me to be very cut and dry differentiation between the male and the female, and how would this not potentially add to more confusion? And does your amendment allow for this decision-making group to stray away from the intent of the bill?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you for that question. I don't believe so. I felt that if you look at line 20 on page 2, that we're just inserting another opportunity to have KSHA take a very important role in determining whether or not anyone has been harmed by the actions of folks that are now going to be, if this passes, competing. Sorry, I was missing the word. Competing under this statute. So it's just a layer of adjudication that's local.
Senator from Reno.
It doesn't cost anything. May I also say that?
Thank you. I find this amendment confusing. I've been around KSHA, and at times they become very confusing. I do think this adds a level of bureaucracy that will not provide any clarification to the bill, and as such, I will not support it, and I would beg the body to follow suit. Thank you.
Senator from Shawnee, do you wish to respond?
Well, I apologize if it's been found to be confusing, but it was meant to be simple. So it really is just an opportunity for us to be able to seek some sort of a remedy to a harm that someone feels has been done by the language of this statute without going to see an attorney and filing a civil action. That's really all it is. I didn't view it as bureaucratic, but I can see where some might. So I would really like people to support this amendment.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland? Nope. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In looking at the amendment, and I understand the intent is to not slow the process down, but if you are adding another step in the complaint process by establishing a board and kind of an exhaustion of administrative remedies, which is what the amendment would do before you could pursue your action in the underlying bill, to me it looks like it causes unnecessary delay. And when the bill is looking at schools from elementary to secondary to post-secondary, I think especially these last 2 years we've seen so much time taken away from children and students that this delay would cause not a streamlined process, but more complication. And I think that the underlying bill is already clear enough without the amendment, and so I would not stand in support of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Shawnee.
So I would respond, Mr. Chair, by saying that this amendment, if it can solve the issue, is actually a way to streamline the underlying bill because you then would not need to seek civil action. That was my way of thinking. But I'm not an attorney. And I'm not going to be able to bill for this. Pet peeve, sorry.
Are there further questions for the senator from
But
Shawnee?
I love you all. Sorry.
Seeing no more questions, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you very much. We had a good discussion here today. I really meant this to be a way to help the process, not slow the process, and for a way to folks who do have some issue or feel that some harm has been done to them or some complaint that they can go to ks.gov, have their hearing, and they may not need to seek any kind of a civil recourse. So that was the purpose of this amendment, and I would certainly appreciate the body voting favorably on this amendment. I move the amendment.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. That motion fails. We are now back on the underlying bill. Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just give some brief closing remarks on this. I thought it was very telling. The minority leader asked a couple pointed questions to carry the underlying bill. And the responses were, I don't know, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not aware that data exists. So in looking at this bill, Mr. Chairman, I really have to ask myself a question. I hope everybody else in this chamber is asking the same question. Is there really a problem, or is this just another example of the legislature bringing forth a bill, a solution in desperate search of a problem? Acacia has a policy. The carrier of the bill is able to identify any discernible metrics as far as how much of a problem out there. I can tell you in my district, and I don't know if, Mr. Chairman, if you like the movie Animal House, but in my district, here's how many parents came to me with this concern. 0.0. Now, why I'm kind of frustrated about this is because when I came before the body last week and working amendments for the budget, I was complaining about another problem where we have policy that remains buried in committees for years and never gets a hearing. And I know many of you on both sides of the aisle have that same problem. So today we're seeing the corollary, a bill, a solution in search of a problem. Now, since we're talking about fairness in athletics, Mr. Chairman, let me throw out a sports analogy here. Maybe this is appropriate, maybe it isn't. But what I want to know is Republican leadership, Mr. Chairman, they're trying to run out the clock because we have 3 days left, as far as I know. And then, you know, we're kind of done. I have yet to see one went across the floor, Mr. Chairman, so I don't want to be inaccurate. But otherwise, I haven't seen any tax policy done for any Kansan, okay, here during this session. We had 282 or whatever it was, but otherwise we have done nothing for Kansas citizens. We've had no debate on this, cutting the sales tax for food. We have done no debating about providing some sort of income tax relief for Kansas citizens. And here yet we sit today, Mr. Chairman, talking about a non-existent problem. And while, Mr. Chairman, I do believe this is a solution in search of a problem, This is also a bill, Mr. Chairman, that I have seen unleashed countless of times, of the bill that has unintended consequences. And here's my concern with this bill. And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to kind of just sidetrack just a little bit, and then I will wrap up, because I know I need to be pithy here, the hour's late. I can remember going through junior high school, and I don't know how many of my brothers and sisters here in this chamber remember that. Do you all remember going to junior high gym class and having to take a shower for the first time naked around other kids? And what I remember from that, Mr. Chairman, because I was the pudgy prepubescent boy, that was a hell of a shock. And I felt shame. You know, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to play 7th grade football so darn bad, but I was slow, I was pudgy, I didn't have testosterone, I didn't have the muscle mass. And yet there were 7th grade guys that had chest hair, they had beards, and I was their tackling dummy. And I didn't make the 7th grade team. My point in bringing this up is that I experienced shame in that locker room because I hadn't yet reached puberty, and me and my peers had. And so my concern with this bill, Mr. Chairman, is that, and I know this is not the intention of the carrier of the bill. I want to be really clear about this. But my concern with this bill is we're basically setting up a process to ostracize transgender children. And I wonder what type of shame they're going to feel when they want to participate in a sport, and now it's like, no, you got to go fill out a form. Let me tell you something else I'm also very uncomfortable with. I don't know if you know some of the states around in this nation. There's other states, and I'm not following this closely, Mr. Chairman, so I don't want to speak out of turn on this. But there's other states are having legislation where basically if you are the parent of a transgender child, you can be charged now for child abuse. So where does the ostracization end? I think if we pass this bill, and if it becomes law, we are putting a target on transgender kids. They will feel intense shame. Their parents will feel intense shame. Mr. Chairman, we need to leave the trans kids alone. We need to pass some tax cuts for Kansas citizens. Let's move on.
Senator from Sedgwick, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A solution in search of a problem. How many girls have to have their opportunity taken away before it would be seen as a problem? 1, 5, 10? If Leah Thomas were at the University of Kansas instead of the University of Pennsylvania, then would the opposition vote for this because now it's a problem? Of course not. We all know not. This bill is about protecting the opportunities, and if one biological girl gets their opportunity taken away unfairly, that's one too many. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill calls for rules and regulations pertaining to the implementation of Section 2. So it's clear that the Kansas State High School Activities Association is supposed to adopt those for its member schools, and the State Board of Regents and governing bodies for post-secondary schools Who would create rules and regulations for elementary schools?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The school district would have to comply with those regulations until it was under KSHA's purview.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand complying with the regulations, but how do they come into existence?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It would be that if they're going to have a school-sponsored or intramural or interscholastic team, they would have to designate it as one of those categories.
Senator from Douglas.
Mr. Chair, as I read this, it says club athletic teams or sports. So my concern would be elementary schools that want to have sports.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, intramural or club activity teams or sports that are sponsored by a public elementary or secondary school.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They may be teams, but they could just be sports. And I know that elementary schools may choose to sponsor kickball. So I think it's just a hole in the wording. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know of any elementary schools that have school-sponsored kickball or foursquare teams. If they do, this bill does not prohibit it. It merely states that they must identify as one of those categories.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to address a couple of comments that were made.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were comments that said that this body has not passed tax cuts this year. That is not accurate. This body has passed several tax cuts. Are they as many as some of us would like to see? No, but I have been working with leadership. They are definitely, it is on their radar. They are working diligently to provide us Kansans the best possible solutions. And I'll just give you a few examples of some of these tax cuts that have passed the body just this year. This doesn't include last year also. We had the second bill that was ran, second or third bill that was ran this year was a sales tax exemption for those that were harmed in the fire, passed out of this chamber early in session. We removed the sales tax on shipping and postage. We lowered property taxes, if we can get this passed through the House and across the governor's desk, for all homeowners in Kansas. We froze property tax for low-income seniors and disabled veterans. I mean, I could go on. We have a very good list, and yes, we're gonna make it better in the next couple of days, but there have been tax cuts passed in this chamber. And Mr. Chairman, while I have the mic, I will stand in support of this legislation. There's quotes out on the internet. One of them, I think, says it all. For decades, the vast majority of Americans has recognized the importance of providing women student athletes with a fair and equal playing field in competitive sports. This has been explicitly protected under U.S. law since the passage of Title IX in 1972. But now these protections are in jeopardy. Mr. Chairman, this bill is an attempt to keep those protections in place, and I stand in support of this legislation.
Senator from Sedgwick, were you wanting to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments from the good senator from Lynn.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are so many senators from Sedgwick. on the floor. So I just want to make a little comment, and then I do have one. Well, I'll ask my question first to the gentlelady from Cedric who's carrying the bill, if she would stand for a question.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, just curious, and not that I believe everything he says, but I was watching Dr. Phil, and there was a story on there. Parents were divorced, and their child was born with both male and female parts. So, in that situation, if the senator from Cedric could share how with that information, and they wanted to play sports, how is that question listed on that questionnaire that they would have to fill out? How did they decide if, that's something they didn't choose, that's who they are? How would they respond to that?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. When that happens, when a child is born and they're classified as intersex, the doctor and the parents usually run tests, have conversations, and at that point they decide if they are going to raise that child as a male or female. As the child grows, say they want to participate in a sport, CASIA rules, and I support this, I think most of us would support this, they would need to just designate which they would want to participate in, and then they would be required to stay with that designation throughout their athletic career. I think all of us are fair-minded and open-minded that those are the exceptions to the rule, and we would all understand that and be supportive of those situations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the senator from Cedric's response. I didn't know if it was something specific in the bill that addressed that, but that came to mind. And then my comment is just this, Mr. Chairman, and no disrespect to anybody, I just have to tell it like it is, and the way that I see it from my perspective, from my lens, is that I believe this bill is an unfair bill. Not all of it, but when we are specific to transgender human beings. Because if it were about fairness, then look around the chamber. I am the only black woman in this entire chamber right now, and I usually am. And the way that I feel sometimes, I could imagine that transgender students might feel excluded, might feel different. Mr. Chairman, I remember growing up, and my mother purposely did not check the box of her race. And people would call our house and say, "You forgot to check the box." And my mother would say, "No, I didn't. Didn't you see where I wrote I am from the human race?" Mr. Chairman, I thought a lot about this bill yesterday, Sunday. I went through and I read scriptures. And I read scriptures of how God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son. I read that he loved all living creatures. And Mr. Chairman, I thought back too, when I was in junior high school and high school even, and I tried out for the track team. And I was just too short. The other girls, and I'm a bona fide woman, Mr. Chairman, and the other girls, they could just run faster than me and everything. So I got kicked off the track team, and I had to go be a cheerleader. That's how that all came about. And so I don't know if it's all about winning, fairness, but what about when we just would tell our kids, go have fun. And if you talk to athletes individually, they'll say, I just love playing the game. I too, Mr. Chairman, I went to the town hall meetings for the South Central Legislative Delegation, and the constituents that came out, they were talking about what we were going to do about Cedric Lofton, his life. They were talking about ending sales tax on food. Mr. Chairman, we all have to eat. And it affects all of us. Human beings have to eat. They were talking about affordable health care, the underinsured and the uninsured. And Mr. Chairman, I strongly believe, as I will bury my niece this coming Friday, May 25th, I strongly believe that if you have some type of health care, affordable health care, you live a better life, you live longer. Mr. Chairman, those are the things that people at the town hall said that they wanted us to address. And I just feel sad. I'm truly hurt that when I go back home to the constituents that I represent who did not, I went back and checked my emails, my phone messages. I didn't get, not the majority of my district, they were talking about sales tax on food and burying their loved ones. They don't have life insurance. They don't have health insurance. And then forget about all that stuff. What about just people before policies? What about in our hearts and souls, and what breaks our spirits to be singled out? You can't do this. You can't. I mean, there's so many issues that I could address being a minority in so many areas standing on this floor. I truly understand. But I have received multiple messages from students who I didn't ask what their gender was, but the emails I read, one right after another one, Mr. Chairman, I just was so teared up, I couldn't finish reading. Like I said, I understand the concept, the intent somewhat of the legislation by the Senator Erickson from Cedric County. However, when we single out individuals for just being who they are, I didn't have a choice of how short or tall I was going to be or the color of my skin, and it's just, I don't know, like I said, some pieces of this, while we're talking about the athletic abilities, fairness, I feel a disadvantage most of the time, Mr. Chairman, but what hurts the most is in my heart of not being able to just be me. And I'm sure that those students who would be affected by this Senate Bill 484 feel the same way. And please consider their hearts and their minds and their lives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No one wants anyone to be mistreated. No one wants anyone left out. But this bill deals specifically with the biology and how it affects competition in sports. No one is being denied an opportunity to participate and compete. No one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When the senator from Sedgwick answered the other senator's question about those individuals and what happens if they are born either with mixed genitalia or no genitalia, I think she answered in what happens in many cases. However, the individual that I knew personally, I met when they were at the University of Kansas. And their parents had decided that they didn't want to make a decision for that individual. They weren't going to say, we think you're going to be a boy or we think you're going to be a girl. They said, this is the person that we have. We're going to let them decide. That individual's life has been difficult and continues to be difficult because there are always signs that say girls or boys or ladies or gentlemen. And this individual was not comfortable making a choice. So this is, to me, this bill is just one more time that we're putting that barrier in the way of a friend.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, there are federal laws protecting these individuals. They have the right, and I agree with that, in those rare situations to decide if they want to participate on the boys or girls team. And I don't think anyone here is going to say otherwise. And unless we're equating those rare individuals that are identified as intersex with transgender, they're two different issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it stinks to be an athlete and then be displaced. It can happen when a new family moves in town and you lose your spot on a team because a new student is faster, taller, et cetera, but that is kind of part of sports and why you actually play the game, so to speak. And, you know, something strikes me about this bill this year. I don't know that I have received any emails or calls from people supporting it. What I have received, however, are emails from individuals like this one. And it starts this way. I'm a sophomore at Olathe East High School, and I'm writing this in the matter of SB 484. I emailed all of you last year about a bill regarding this exact issue, and it's very unfortunate that I have to do this again. By voting for this bill, you are not ensuring fairness at all. There are many genetic differences in cisgender women that give them an advantage in sports. Yet you don't see women with these advantages getting banned from playing. For example, tall women. Being tall gives you a significant advantage in athletics, like greater absolute strength, greater reach, greater work capacity. Despite this, we have no bills banning tall women from competing. This bill fails to take into account that once a transgender woman is fully transitioned, she has virtually no advantage over a cisgender woman. And a recent study of about 250 trans women showed 94% of them had the testosterone levels at the targeted number or below. And this particular student provides the resources and links to those documents. The student closes in saying this bill does not aim to produce fairness in sports. It aims to discriminate against transgender people. It displays a message that the state does not perceive them as women and that they will be punished for it. Not to mention that passing this bill will expose the state to litigation and loss of revenue, all for a non-existent problem. We do have problems that need to be addressed, and we've had a session of a couple of months here to really delve into the topic of the looming teacher crisis. And I would insist that is where we should be spending our time. Delving into that situation, coming up with solutions to attract and retain teachers versus spending, 3 hours on a situation, on a bill for something that is not an existing problem. I will not support this bill, and I urge the body to vote it down. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To that student, I would say I appreciate them being engaged in the process and advocating for their position. However, many of their statements are just factually inaccurate. There is no such thing as fully transitioned. No such thing. As I stated before, Testosterone suppression is just one piece. You cannot reverse skeletal architecture. You cannot reverse muscular differences. And because there are differences amongst biological females, does not mean that a biological male, therefore, is equivalent. That just defies common sense. It defies logic. I am tall for a female. Sometimes that's an advantage and sometimes it's not. It is not an advantage in gymnastics, let me tell you. I would not make a good gymnast. I'm not built for that. But to say that because there are differences amongst women, physiological, biological women, that somehow that means it's equivalent of having biological males compete, I just don't agree with that. And with that, I'll stop. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a point that I think might have been hit on earlier, but I want to slow down and really state this clearly. Trans people have so many issues in this life, and sports or not is just one more layer of the issues that they deal with on a constant basis. They make up only 1.8% of high school students. But 35% of that relatively small group has attempted suicide, not thought about it, not maybe be vulnerable to it because of all of the difficulties in their life, but they have attempted it. And my question is, we're concerned about one girl not having a chance in sports and how many girls would be an acceptable number. My question is, how many trans kids' suicide are we going to find acceptable?
Senator, is that a question to the carrier of the bill, or is that just a rhetorical question?
I guess it's a rhetorical question.
Thank you. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me be clear. Any student, anyone's suicide is one too many. It's tragic for whatever reason. No one wants that. No one wants to see that. So it's tragic in any situation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I will try to be brief. And I want to say thank you to the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Foscato, for sharing her thoughts. I will never know what it's like to be a Black woman. Last night I was actually having dinner with some friends, and they had moved from Johannesburg, South Africa, and I was having conversations with my friend Samantha, and she said, Dinah, I will never know what it's like to be a white middle-class woman. I'm starting to learn middle class, but there are so many times that we don't understand where someone else is from, and I will not understand what it's like to be a transgender woman, but I do know what it's like to be a woman trying out for sports, and I want everyone to do that. And if it's a transgender woman, I would happily have them compete against me. But I want to read this email from a constituent, and then I will end, and I think we all know where we are on this. But my name is Chad Johnson, and I am a resident of Kansas. I'm writing to voice my opposition of Senate Bill 484. I'm a white, cisgender, straight, Protestant Christian father of a 10-year-old girl, and I'm friends with a white, cisgender, straight, pastor mother of a 7-year-old trans girl named Hope, who wants to be able to play sports with kids of her own gender. To her, it's as simple as that. An interest in playing with peers. Hope is a fun-loving child with a heart as big as Kansas who works to raise money for the Malala Fund, which advocates for girls' education. She is fundamentally good and loving little human being, and I want her to grow into a good and loving adult human being. A bill like Senate Bill 484 has the potential to alter all that trajectory in a detrimental way. 20 states have protected the development of kids like Hope by passing legislation that expressly allows and supports the full inclusion of transgender youth on sports teams according to their gender. Policies that single out transgender students from sports isolate transgender youth from participating in the entire school experience with peers and friends. I object to Senate Bill 484 because I believe the inclusion of transgender youth on sports teams according to their gender gives transgender children victories in the game of life. When we permit a child like Hope to play, we give her a win that will resonate in her life far longer than any triumph on the basketball court. I fear that restrictions such as those outlined by Senate Bill 484 will dim or even extinguish Hope's light, which is a gift to all who know her. I want her to continue to shine and to continue to teach me and her parents what it means to put others before ourselves, because that's what she does. What is the harm in letting a selfless child who delights in the other delight in others on the playing field? As I see it, it all comes down to individual ability, as there are boys who are uncoordinated on the court, like me, and girls who are natural athletes, which means putting a trans girl like Hope on a team according to her gender is not necessarily going to give her team an advantage or a disadvantage. If Hope's teammates are uncomfortable with her presence, I cannot help but think that discomfort is often the grit in the oyster that leads to pearls of personal growth. It's okay for children to be challenged by those who are different from them, and it's okay for parents to grapple with these things too. When we stray from our comfort zones, we find new opportunities for growth awaiting us. I want the people of Kansas to grow and to see what children like Hope have to offer them, both in sporting events and in life. Please strike down Senate Bill 484 and let kids like Hope play with kids of their own gender. I'm not asking you to unsink the Titanic here. I'm asking you to let a little child lead us and teach us more about what it means to be human. Thank you for your time.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that story, and I hope that Hope participates and is that light that is described. And no one is denying Hope that opportunity. But we're saying that there's a difference between gender identity and biological sex. And for the sake of athletic competitions, biological sex matters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually from Butler. I often forget that. Thank you. And I too will be brief, but it seems like we miss the obvious. And we have all this emotional distraction to the purpose. And we bring out things like to equate a new student to give that advantage to a new student versus a transgendered woman in competition. It's distraction. And to say it's bullying, I find myself angry because it's the opponents of the bill that make this about bullying or shaming or ostracizing. That's not at all the case. You're not even making a statement about the individual. It is basic physiology. And we addressed that last year. It is why the 240-pound, 18-year-old senior can't wrestle the 14-year-old 105. They have a physiological difference. And I don't know why that seems to be so missed. The underdog is the woman. It's the female athlete that's being displaced. That doesn't even say anything bad about the 18-year-old, that he doesn't get to wrestle the 14-year-old. That's nothing about his intrinsic value. or who he is as a person. And he has some other deep issues that for some reason in his life that he committed suicide. It wasn't because he couldn't wrestle a 14-year-old. There are other things in people's life they're dealing with. To say that we have to provide unfair competition to stop suicide is such a distraction to what we are talking about. It is that simple. The advantaged person is the transgendered woman. The displaced, the bullied, if you will, the disconnected person is the actual natural woman and who's displaced by the competition. Chairman from Sedgwick was absolutely right. How many do you have to do before this is an issue? It's such a disconnection. It's such a distraction. It says nothing. The fact that you don't allow unfair competition says nothing about the intrinsic value of that person. We even divide up varsity to junior varsity for fair competition. The tall woman, the strong woman playing basketball, she's probably going to make varsity. We don't have her even compete with an inferior female in that sport, not inferior by their value. To make it say that it says something about that person is a complete mischaracterization. There's nothing wrong with that individual. It's about the competition. It's about the fair competition. It's why we create those segregations, for fair competition. And to equate that to some type of deep emotional fallacy for this person to say somehow they're lesser because you can't have this advantage is just sad. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there further questions for the senator from Sedgwick on the bill? Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I'll just take a second. Thank you. There were several emails or texts, or at least a couple, that were read by opposition. I received so many in support that I was having difficulty deciding which to select. So I'll just read briefly from a young woman named Bailey, who says, as a current collegiate soccer player and former high school and club level competitor in several sports, I would like you to consider and please pass the Save Women's Sports Act to protect women athletes. She goes on to say, to give transgender individuals the option of playing with biologically born females, I believe it restricts the liberty of those females and hinders their ability to play and succeed in their respective sports. It is also endangering their overall and well-being in many contact sports such as soccer. And then she goes on to say, as I see it, it's a beneficial move for Kansas as well. Thank you for your representation of our state and for your time in listening to my concern. I just want to point out, the only reason I mention this is sometimes we just hear the one side, but as we heard in testimony in our committee, several young women came up to say that they really appreciate this, and also about Title IX, that I'm certain in her close that Senator Erickson will bring up. The whole reason we have Title IX was to help young women to be able to participate in sports in a fair competition, and this is about fairness. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions for the senator from Sedgwick, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have appreciated the discussion and the amendments that were brought. There's been a lot that's happened since we debated this issue last year. Leah Thomas is a national swimming champion, the first known transgender athlete to win a Division I national championship in any sport. Thomas touched the wall in 4 minutes, 33.24 seconds in the 500-yard freestyle on Thursday night, ahead of Emma Wyant, Brooke Ford, and Erica Sullivan. And I think that Thomas's teammates at the University of Pennsylvania expressed this situation beautifully. Leah has every right to live her life authentically. However, we also recognize that when it comes to sports competition, that the biology of sex is a separate issue from someone's gender identity. Biologically, Leah holds an unfair advantage over competition in the women's category, as evidenced by her rankings of number 462 as a male to number 1 as a female. If she were to be eligible to compete against us, she could break Penn, Ivy, and NCAA women's swimming records, feats she could never have done as a male athlete. At the end of the day, either you believe that girls should have a fair and equal opportunity, or you don't. Either you believe the science that boys and girls are different, or you don't. Either you believe that those differences give biological boys an advantage when it comes to sports over girls, or you don't. Last year, I mentioned watching my granddaughter play basketball. Since then, she's also playing softball and has announced she wants to play volleyball. Who knows where her interests and athletic ability will take her and that of her 2 new sisters. I hope it'll take them farther than both of their grandmothers, who played collegiate basketball and benefited greatly from Title IX. I know that Paisley, Reese, and Blair, and all Kansas girls deserve fair and equal opportunities. And either you agree with that and believe that, or you don't. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 484 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 340. The chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 340 did have amendments, so I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is carried. You may proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 340 is what would truly be described as a trailer bill for the legislation we passed last year. That was the Kansas Promise Scholarship Act. July 1 is when the community colleges, technical colleges, and private not-for-profit colleges were starting up that scholarship program. As a quick review, the Kansas Promise Scholarship provides last dollar scholarships for those that are working toward a career or technical education, which would be 2-year degrees or certificates. In the fall semester, we had 663 students that were recipients of scholarships throughout the states. The areas that they were studying were in nursing. That nursing happened to be no big surprise, but that had the largest participation. We also had significant participation in computer science and cybersecurity, as well as elementary education. What the Sunset Bill does is it puts guardrails around the scholarship. In our hearings, we learned about the different ways in which the legislation was interpreted, the ways in which scholarships were being awarded, the differences between the community colleges as well as the technical colleges. And so we put in specific guardrails. Kansas Board of Regents must confirm that the programs that are accepted are high wage, high demand, or critical need. They must approve the certificate or program. The Board of Regents must. They have to be willing to accept those electronic signatures so that institutions can process. And we also wanted to have better accountability of how the funds were being distributed. And so it was set into place that on September 1st, December 1st, March 1st, and June 1st, that's when the institutions would send in their statements for reimbursement, and the payout would occur 2 weeks later to each of the institutions. We think that's really crucial because at this point, we know that funds went out to community colleges of which they did not expend all of those funds, whereas we had some technical colleges that kind of went through all of the funds they were dispersed and were sitting there waiting for more. Now, we do have 4 areas of study, fields of study: information technology and security, mental and physical health care, advanced manufacturing and building trades, and early childhood ed. And what was added, what we thought occurred in last year's legislation, but it's because we didn't recognize, we didn't see that it wasn't, the 5th wasn't identified as a field of study. Rather, it was identified as a 5th program field. And so that 5th program of study was added and included. And those choices are either agriculture, natural resources, education and training, law, public safety and corrections, or distribution and logistics. Mr. Chair, I'm going to pause right there and allow anyone that has questions to pose those so we can move forward on this.
Are there questions for the senator from Miami? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I am most happy to move that when the committee rises and it report Senate Bill 340 favorably for passage, and I'm willing to tell anything more about the Promise Scholarship that people want in the future.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is carried. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is carried.
The clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Hildebrand in the chair. Recommended House Bill 2510, House Bill 2564, Senate Bill 455, Senate Bill 340 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports and the bills be passed as amended. Senate Bill 496 be amended on motion of Senator Kirshen, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 484 be passed.
Chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 572 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning firearms. Senate Bill 573 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning reapportionment. Senate Bill 574 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning reapportionment. Senate Bill 575 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning family law.
This constitutes the introduction of Senate Bill 572 through Senate Bill 575. Reports of the standing committees. The clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends House Bill 2316 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill 2316, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Tyson, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends House Bill 2448 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill 2448, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Hildebrand, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 462 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as substitute for Senate Bill 462, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Tyson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends House Bill 2633 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Peterson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends House Bill 2462 be passed. Senator Olson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends Senate Bill 522 be passed. Senator Olson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 514 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Tyson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends House Bill 2710 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Olson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends House Bill 2541 be passed. Senator Billinger, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends House Bill 2688 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Olson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 180 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Tyson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends Senate Bill 351 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Olson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends House Bill 2597 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill 2597, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Tyson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends Senate Bill 546 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Peterson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 565 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as substitute for Senate Bill 565, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Tyson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends House Bill 2315 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Tyson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 553 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Tyson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends House Bill 2280 be amended and the bill be passed as further amended. Senator Hildebrand, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends House Bill 2239 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Tyson, Chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2377 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Warren, Chairperson.
Are there announcements? Chair recognizes the Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Ways and Means will have a meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning, room 4 or 548 South. It'd be a short hearing. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee Conference Committee will have a meeting tomorrow, room 159 South, to discuss House Bill 2279 with the House Health Committee. That is the Conference Committee for the Senate Public Health and Welfare. Thank you.
The Senate Redistricting Committee was supposed to meet tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. It has now been moved to Wednesday at 8 o'clock, and the time and place will be possibly changed. Be watching for the notice. Again, redistricting Wednesday morning. Are there other announcements? Senator from Cherokee,
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Not another announcement, but in case I didn't clarify, that was 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you. Are there other announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Republicans will caucus tomorrow at 9 a.m. in room 548. And I yield to Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
The chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will caucus in 287 North tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I yield back to the senator from Cowley.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adjourn till 10 a.m. on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2022.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Senate is adjourned.